Great. Welcome to the second hearing of the committee's inquiry into the feasibility of undergrounding the transmission infrastructure for renewable energy projects. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I'm chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome, Mr. Cox, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. So could you please start by swearing in, stating your name and position title, and either an oath or an affirmation?
Thank you, Chair. My name is James Cox. I'm Deputy Chair of the Australian Energy Regulator, and I would like to take the oath, so I'll do that now. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cox. Now, would you like to make a short opening statement?
I'd like to make a very brief opening statement just to clarify our role in these activities, as may be of use to committee members. So thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement. As we've explained, I'm Deputy Chair of the Australian Energy Regulator, which is commonly known as the AER. And we work along two other market bodies, the Australian Energy Market Commission and the Australian Energy Market Operator, known as AEMC and AEMO, respectively. The AER appeared twice as a witness for the undergrounding inquiry established in June last year, but for the benefit of anyone who was not part of that inquiry, I thought I'd just say a few words about our role. For the purpose of this inquiry, much of our work needs to be explained by reference to AEMO's Integrated System Plan, or ISP. The ISP is a comprehensive roadmap for the development of the national electricity market. It identifies major transmission projects that must be progressed to meet power system needs, called actionable projects, and HumeLink is one of these. AEMO conducts rigorous cost-benefit analyses in developing the ISP, guided by the AER's cost-benefit analysis guidelines. The AER conducts transparency reviews to ensure that AEMO's processes are robust, credible and transparent. We published our most recent transparency review in early January on AEMO's draft 2024 ISP, noting that while most important assumptions were adequately explained, a few areas could be explained better, and AEMO is currently undertaking this task. Once the ISP has been finalised, actionable projects should ideally begin to be progressed as soon as possible by transmission businesses. Under the national framework, a transmission business must identify all credible options for a project and then, of those, assess which option maximises the net economic benefit to the market. This process is known as the Regulatory Investment Test for Transmission, or RIT-T. The RIT-T supports long-term investment efficiency by promoting a predictable network development framework, around which competitive investments in the market can be made. While cost is a consideration in the RIT-T, the goal is not to identify the least cost option, but to identify the option that results in the highest benefit to cost ratio, and this goal is set by the national electricity rules. The AER's role is to develop guidelines setting out how businesses should apply the test and to ensure that businesses comply with these guidelines. For actionable projects, transmission businesses can make applications to the AER to recover the costs of major network infrastructure assets from consumers, and these applications are called contingent project applications. Network businesses can make a contingent project application once it's fulfilled all of its RIT-T obligations, and once AEMO has confirmed via the feedback loop that the preferred option identified in the RIT-T aligns with the most recent ISP. In assessing contingent project applications, the AER reviews the cost of the project to ensure that they are prudent and efficient, and the consumers will pay no more than necessary for delivery of the project. We are currently assessing a contingent project application for HumeLink. And now I'll touch briefly on renewable energy zones. Renewable energy zones are areas identified as having high development potential for clusters of renewable energy projects. In New South Wales, the enabling piece of legislation is the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act, which also appoints the AER as regulator for renewable energy zones in New South Wales. The AER's role here is relatively narrow in scope because once a renewable energy zone project comes to us for assessment, it has already been approved for development by the Minister or the Consumer Trustee. The AER's primary role is to determine the efficient cost of the project and to make annual contribution determinations which set the amount that will be passed through to energy consumers in New South Wales each year. I hope this overview has been helpful in outlining the AER's role in relation to transmission infrastructure and renewable energy zones. I like to keep my opening remarks brief in the interest of time, but just wanted to finish by noting the AER acknowledges the transition is happening at pace. We have seen this across all of our recent work, and we're doing what we can within the existing regulatory framework to meet the needs of an evolving energy landscape. So thank you for the opportunity to make this brief statement. I'm happy to turn to questions now, if you wish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cox. That actually was a very helpful opening statement for the committee. We'll go to questions from the opposition to start with. Mr. Westbank.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for appearing today. In your opening statement, you spoke about, I think it was, you're assessing a contingent application for HumeLink. Was that?
We have received an application from HumeLink. We are in the process of assessing it for whether it complies with all the relevant requirements.
Okay.
Once we have done that, we will then satisfied ourselves that it does meet the requirements. We will then consult on that proposal.
Okay, so it differs, does it, from the original, I guess, proposal that HumeLink put forward in, I think it was 2021?
I don't want to comment on that because I haven't personally reviewed the application. So I'm not sure the extent to which it is different or similar, but I imagine it would be a proposal not involving undergrounding.
Okay. So in relation to this new proposal, the contingent proposal that's put forward, I assume that's by Transgrid, and it would be, I guess, acknowledging the fact that there's been an increase in costs to the project from when it was first proposed?
Once again, I haven't reviewed the project myself and haven't been briefed on it. I would imagine it recognises the costs have increased.
Okay. What other changes do you expect would result in a contingent application being put forward?
Right. Just to explain, we make determinations for a 5-year period.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of Transgrid, that was made some years ago. Things are happening apace, as we've discussed.
Mm-hmm.
New projects are being undertaken. Something like HumeLink is on the actionable list of the integrated system plan, so it's something that needs to be pursued as quickly as possible. Therefore, in effect, what we do is we update our determination to incorporate the contingent project.
Yep.
So that means that the capital expenditure that has been incurred, we've rolled into the asset base, and the amount of revenue that Transgrid can recover from consumers will be adjusted to take account of the project. So, I mean, that is a process that we go through. We obviously go through it with some care. We have just recently received Transgrid's application, and the first question is whether it complies, and we're assessing that now.
Okay. Because I'm just, I guess, trying to drill down on some of the details in relation to this project, given that it has previously been assessed, or the previous proposal's been assessed. The previous costings have been used for the calculation of cost-benefit analysis, I would assume. and there's now an acknowledgement that the cost in the project has increased dramatically, almost 50%, from when it was first proposed. Now, in circumstances where that's occurred, is there a requirement that this is simply the figures are put to your organisation to reassess, or does it trigger a whole reassessment of the project, i.e. consultation processes, route analysis? Is it limited in its scope of the assessment, or does it mean that Transgrid has to go out again and reconsult with the community?
Yes, there are two triggers there. The first one is that the project with increased costs remains on AEMO's integrated system plan, their optimal development path. That is something that is assessed not by us but by AEMO, but AEMO will need to certify that.
Okay.
The second thing is the RIT itself. There the responsibility is on Transgrid. As you point out, I think rightly, costs have increased. Transgrid have got to then assess whether the change constitutes material change in circumstances such that they have to rerun the RIT-T. That is something that Transgrid has to assess, not us. We have received their proposal and we're currently considering whether it meets the requirements.
I appreciate the way that you're answering the questions, but obviously it's not providing much insight, shall I say, to the committee. And I appreciate the difficulties you would have by not trying to let too much information out as to what's contained in that proposal. Are you able to provide that proposal to us?
I think not at this stage. I think we have to first do our own job, which is to ensure it meets the requirements of the national electricity rules. Once we have done that, we'll be very happy to provide you with a proposal.
Okay. What's the time frame on that?
I'm not sure I can say that, to be honest. But obviously,
how long is a piece of string?
We would want to do it as soon as we reasonably can, but there are some quite complex issues involved that we have to assess.
Appreciate that. Obviously, there's been, I guess, some very prominent issues of recent times, and there's been, in Victoria, we've seen the failure of a number of overhead power lines through weather events. Where in this assessment process, if at all, are you able to look at the interruption to service, the risk of bushfire, and calculate that cost into the assessment?
Yes, I mean, that obviously is an issue. In developing projects, I mean, they may have different implications for the risk of interruptions. Not being interrupted clearly is a benefit, and that's something that will be taken into account in the cost-benefit analysis and the RIT-T process.
What weight does it carry?
At the same time, obviously, there are different options have different costs, and the costs as well as the benefits need to be taken into account.
Okay, but in this circumstance where I'll assume, I don't think you've basically said it without saying it, that the HumeLink proposal that's currently being assessed by you is effectively what's been previously put forward without any analysis or assessment of undergrounding. How are you able to draw a comparison between the cost of interruption to supply, bushfires, etc., if you don't have those costings and a comparison between an overhead proposal and an underground proposal on the table?
Yes. The responsibility there is ultimately one that lies with Transgrid.
Okay.
They need to assess benefits and costs.
Right.
Obviously, in the case of HumeLink, there's a long process of assessment has already taken place. It's not as though
some questionable assessment, perhaps. But those are questions for Transgrid. I know my time's about to run out, so I'll just squeeze one more question in. In relation, sorry.
That's right. Go.
No. where there's a clear risk that's involved with something like an overhead power line and the issues around weather and weather events, bushfires, etc., interrupting supply, or conversely, a failure of the overhead power lines leading to something like a bushfire, isn't it incumbent upon your organisation to look at not only the proposal that's put in front of you, but alternate proposals to determine which is the best outcome for the community? Ultimately, if you're leaving it to the construction entity, which is Transgrid, and we know that Transgrid's already got equipment on order, they've got plans in place, it's less likely that they're going to assess alternate plans given how much they've already invested into what's proposed already. Isn't it your job as, I guess, the regulator to assess not only what's put before you by Transgrid, but also to look at other options to determine what's the best outcome? Because I would suggest that an underground system that doesn't have a risk of loss of supply like we've seen in Victoria, that doesn't have bushfire, is just as important.
Yeah, I mean, yes. The answer to that, in many ways, what we're doing, the responsibility to put forward the project is that of Transgrid under the rules we have. They have to apply the material change in circumstances test. We are in the process of assessing how they have done that and whether we think it complies with the requirements of the rules or not. So that's happening at the moment. We as a board have not discussed the results of that assessment, so are not in the position to say what we think about it.
Thank you. Mr. Cox, I just was hoping you could explain for the committee what I saw, and I think we mentioned it in the last inquiry, the change to there's a new rule around enhancing community engagement in transmission buildings. So this was AEMC, I think, has published. Is it a draft new rule or is it a new rule?
Yeah.
And then potentially the difference that would make. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of the rule, yes.
Yes, and so what is going to be the change, do you think, as the regulator between what may have happened in the initial approvals process and consultation process, whatever that looked like, with the first HumeLink compared to new projects? Will it make any substantial difference in your mind?
Yes, I think it will. I mean, the requirement, most important requirement, I think, is to consult with a wider range of stakeholders, including local communities. So I think there will be more extensive consultation than has been the case in the past.
And could you explain what, like a rule? I'm curious because there's lots of guidelines and best practice around community consultation, but if you and engagement actually, and if you speak with the community, they're very dubious about that, and the consultation is actually not up to scratch. What does a rule mean, if you like, within the regulatory environment for a new rule to be imposed? How much does that hold these the energy companies, transmission companies, to do the engagement? What does a new rule mean for us?
It means the transmission companies are required to comply with the rule. And we obviously have an enforcement compliance function. I haven't spoken about that. So it is our responsibility to ensure compliance with the rule. And if we thought the transmission company was not complying with the rule, then we'll be in a position to take action. Okay,
so this is about, it's community engagement. So there's something around taking the community's views on board as well. Is that correct? Or is it just engaging with the community? Is there a requirement to weigh up and balance the views of the community more in the consideration of options. Is that part of it?
I mean, just to clarify, it's a final rule change. It was made in November 2023.
Yes.
It requires businesses to engage with stakeholders as part of their preparatory activities who are reasonably expected to be affected by the development of the Integrated System Plan project, future ISP project or project within the Renewable Energy Zone. This includes local landowners, local council, local community members, local environmental groups and traditional owners. Clarifies these local stakeholders are interested parties for the writ, and the businesses consult with them during the writ. And it makes community engagement expectations of businesses must make reasonable endeavours to satisfy when engaging with these local stakeholders. In terms of, I mean, that's what the rule says. In terms of good practice, I think we would like businesses to demonstrate what regard they've had to the views expressed by stakeholders. Which doesn't mean they have to agree with them, but it does mean that they should not ignore them.
Does that have any... does it allow more flexibility? That rule change, I would be appreciative of your views on this, your expertise on this. Does it allow more flexibility to consider costs during the RIT-T process to the community other than financial? Does it impact that process at all, having a rule change like this, or are they two separate things?
I would think yes, the costs imposed on the community are relevant issues to consider during a project. We are obviously keen to encourage businesses to adopt good practice in consultation, and we've set out some guidelines saying what we think that should be. I mean, I think behind all of this is a concern that if good community engagement does not take place, no projects which are important for the energy transition will at the very least be delayed substantially. So I think there is a concern there.
Yes, okay. And just to put that, so the community concerns are also, because you kind of think social when you think community concerns, but community concerns can also be, I assume, the community who are concerned about biodiversity impacts and other things as well will get more weighting. Do you see that this, just in terms of trying to provide a little bit more hope here, compared to what's happened in the past, that there may be, as a result of this rule, more consideration given to different costs, so different impacts and costs. So undergrounding sometimes and somewhere may be a little bit more attractive. You could see that possibility if those costs were weighed up. And I'm not saying you have to say, yes, undergrounding is going to happen, but it just makes it a little bit more feasible or possible in some areas for some communities. Would that be, is that...
Yes, I mean, yes. I mean, just to clarify, we're not saying no undergrounding.
Yes.
What we're saying is that the benefits and costs have to be weighed. And the benefits, I think the sorts of things you're talking about, the views of the community, are relevant to be taken into account in such an assessment. And yes, we would obviously like businesses to engage better with their the host communities, to understand what the community wants and needs, and maybe there's some opportunities for ways to advance the project at the same time, assisting the community to get what it wants and needs. So I think there's opportunities there that may be available in the future.
Okay, thank you. I've done with my questions, noting time actually to try, because we started a bit late. I'll go to government if you've got questions now and take the rest of the time.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much, Mr Cox, for appearing again for this inquiry. I might just start by asking if you could please explain for us again or in detail how transmission projects are planned, approved and the cost recovered.
Okay. Let me go through that because it's a complex story. The first stage is AEMO's Integrated System Plan, and what that does, it's a high-level plan. It identifies the optimal development path for projects that really need to happen. So that's stage one. That's done by AEMO. Projects on the optimal development plan are what is called actionable, which means they have to be pursued as quickly as possible. The next stage is the thing we've been talking about, which is the RIT-T process, which is a cost-benefit analysis undertaken by the proponent. And I mean, in practice, that does look at a wide range of issues. We discussed the issue of social license a bit. We think that investments that may mean the projects can be undertaken without extensive delays are ones that can be considered within the framework of the National Electricity Rules and hence the RIT-T process. So that's stage 2, which is a RIT-T. Stage 3 is how to recover the money from consumers of electricity, and to do that AEMO must have completed its ISP. There's a thing called the feedback loop, which means that if costs have increased, AEMO has to certify that the project remains on their ISP. Then the RIT-T also has to be completed at all stages of that. Now, once all that's done, the businesses come to us as a regulator and say, can you please adjust your determination to take account of these additional costs? And then what we then do is to take the project, we ask ourselves and we consult on whether it's being done prudently and efficiently, and we determine the prudent and efficient costs, and we allow those to be recovered from energy consumers. Obviously, these are long-lived projects, so it may take some time for the cost to be recovered. It may be 40, 50, 60 years, but they are recovered over time.
And what is the test that you apply in deciding whether to allow a project to proceed?
Well, I mean, we're not the planning authority. Our authority is to allow revenue to be recovered from consumers. That's what we do. There are all these other processes that have gone through required under National Electricity Law, but those are done by AEMO and the proponent itself, the RIT-T. Our job in those processes is to ensure that they have been done satisfactorily. Yep. And then when we come to decide are we going to allow revenue to be recovered from consumers, we then have to check whether it's been done satisfactorily.
And why is the regulatory system that we have in place the way that it is? Like, can you explain to us what's the logic behind having consumers paying for transmission, as it would be?
I think the argument would be that consumers are the ones that benefit from transmission, because after all, electricity is an essential service. Yep. And revenue should be recovered from consumers. I don't think that means that only consumers should pay. I mean, I think it's arguable that there are broader environmental and social benefits that governments may wish to pay for, and that's certainly their right if they wish to contribute towards the costs of transmission projects. I mean, that is certainly within government's right to do so, in which case the revenue doesn't have to be recovered for consumers. So, I mean, arguably there is a shared responsibility there, but certainly there are benefits to consumers in having a reliable power system, and it's reasonable that they should contribute to the costs.
And we have to build a lot of new infrastructure to enable the energy transition, it's fair to say. And electricity consumers will bear these costs over time. Can you outline the role of the AER in seeking to protect consumers from inappropriate cost increases?
Yes, you're right to say that a lot of transmission is required to be built for the energy transition to occur. That's certainly true. Our concern is that consumers should pay no more than they need to. So, I mean, our roles are therefore, as we were explaining, we supervise the ISP and RIT processes to ensure that they are open and transparent and based on good information. We have a responsibility in passing costs on to consumers to ensure they don't pay any more than is necessary, and we obviously do take a lot of effort and trouble to ensure that no more than is necessary is passed on to consumers. So I agree that is our responsibility, and we take it seriously.
Yeah, well, within a cost of living crisis.
And we are very, very much aware of cost of living pressures.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, there are these two things: an environment in which we are moving rapidly to an energy transition, which requires investment. On the other hand, we're also in a cost of living concern. So, those are all things that we do have to pay attention to making
ask
decisions.
you something in terms of the line of questioning?
Mark, just put the
sorry.
microphones and stuff.
Just
close.
in,
Yeah.
I mean, the crux of all this is based on what I'll refer to as modelling, right? So this cost-benefit analysis essentially is a model. And the more sophisticated the model, the more accurate picture you're going to get of whether or not it's worth undergrounding or not. Could you just walk me through the process, because I'm not clear, who comes up with that modelling in terms of inputs to the model? I'm talking about cost of undergrounding, reliability versus cost of overhead reliability, environmental degradation, all those things you would want to see in a model. Who is actually responsible for putting that model together?
The project proponent is responsible.
Okay.
But it's worth saying that we run a transparency process, so the inputs and assumptions are consulted on and is open to people to dispute them, and that does happen. And
who would be a typical person or entity who would dispute it? I mean, who vets it?
Probably increasing numbers of people, but I suppose typically some sort of energy consultancy or an engineer that has expertise in the area, so yes. So there is firstly there's the inputs and assumptions, then there is also a procedure for disputes about the RIT-T, and we are the dispute resolution body, and there have been a number of disputes, including on HumeLink, that we've had to resolve. So that's also another avenue that people can query the costs should they wish
We're out
to
of
do so.
time, Mark, if that's
Just
one
one
more.
quick,
Yeah,
really
sure.
quick. So based on that, would it be fair to say, given the previous evidence we've heard on other hearings and hitherto, would it be fair to say that on balance, that modelling suggests that overhead is more effective than underground in terms of that cost-benefit analysis, given all those inputs?
Right.
Because that's essentially what we're here for, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't say undergrounding is never justified. I think I can imagine the circumstances
that's not what
where
I
it
asked.
is.
Yeah.
I think I suppose the other point to make is that obviously you've heard a lot of evidence about costs of undergrounding. I think those costs, honestly, very uncertain. And the large, long undergrounding link has not been constructed in Australia, so I think there's a lot of uncertainty about the costs.
And who bears the cost?
Okay, all right.
So
now,
I think those are things.
I think we've had the who bears the cost discussion, and we're going to have to draw a line under this, I'm afraid. Thank you for appearing at this second inquiry into undergrounding transmission. Mr. Cox, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very
The Secretariat
much.
will get in touch if we have any questions on notice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's an interesting discussion.
Okay, we've got a next witness via video conference. And is he in the Netherlands at the moment? Okay, hi, Mr. DeWild. Can you hear me okay? You're on mute at the moment, but just checking if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay,
Can you
great.
hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you. Technology is working. That's a very good start. So, Mr. DeWild, what we'll do is get you sworn in. I believe you've got a statement in front of you. You need to state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation, please. Do you have the words in front of you? Thank you.
Yes, I have that. Yes, so my name is Frank de Wild. I am DNV Business Director Power Cables. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And just so for people here, we've got all the members of the committee in this room. We usually have people online as well. You're tuning in from the Netherlands. You've got a backdrop that looks like it's very sunny and bright there, but I'm sure it's not. I'm sure it's late at night there, if that's correct. So, Mr. de Wilde, so thank you. Really appreciate you making time for us. Do you have a short opening statement to make for the committee?
Yes, I did pick that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Just a moment. So, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me in this hearing. So, my name is Frank de Wilde, and I am representing the company DNV Netherlands in this hearing. I have just over 25 years of experience as an expert in power cables. I and my power cable expert teams work worldwide as an advisor and as an independent third party. My role in DNV is business director and senior principal consultant in power cables. You have requested me to make a submission to your inquiry about the feasibility of undergrounding the transmission infrastructure for renewable energy projects. I have answered this submission by sending a letter, which I am sure you have received. When it comes to deciding whether to transmit energy via overhead lines or underground cables, many different topics are of importance. These topics range between technical, environmental, financial, societal, and more. Connecting a renewable energy source to the grid effectively means one has to make decisions on what topics are more important than other topics, and how within a topic the overhead and underground transmission solutions compare. This can either result in a decision for an overhead line or for an underground power cable, which both exist and are applied in the world as mature options for energy transmission. Making the right decision requires insight in the topics at play and at all the associated advantages and disadvantages. A study could be made to clarify all these advantages and disadvantages for overhead lines and underground cables, and to understand any disadvantages that could be mitigated. Such a study could support decision-making in individual projects, or could lead to a predefined decision-making process when similar decisions are required in a variety of projects. I made the proposal to utilize DNV as an independent expert in the matter to execute such a study. I hope my submission has been useful and that my proposal has been appropriate. It has been my aim to support the decision-making process to ensure that renewable energy sources are indeed connected to the grid with the best possible transmission option for New South Wales. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. de Wilde. We'll go straight to questions from the opposition. Mr. Wesfang.
Thank you very much for making yourself available at this hour over there, and for also providing what is, I believe, a very balanced submission. And obviously, for those that haven't had the opportunity to read the submission, on page 6, your conclusions effectively say that, you're not drawing a conclusion as to what's better, but that in effect what we need to do is have a detailed study and a proper study of both solutions in order to determine what's the best outcome. I'm paraphrasing that, but do you sort of agree that that's effectively what the conclusion is of your submission?
Yeah, I agree.
So where we've had, I guess, Transgrid, which is the constructor of the project for, say, HumeLink, effectively say to us they've only ever built overhead power lines. There's no real experience in this country with building DC underground power lines. The cost of DC underground power lines is more on a, say, per kilometre basis. And we've got a regulator that's effectively rewarding the lower cost solution when just looking at dollar terms, without, in effect, considering the other aspects such as bushfire risk, failure of towers, and you may be aware that we had a number of towers fail in Victoria, which is a state below us, earlier this week. Where those factors are the predominant ones, but the other factors aren't taken into consideration, would a study such as the one you're proposing take into account all factors?
the study we would be proposing would take into account all of those factors, and they play, let's say, a role, let's say, the different, let's say, topics that need to be compared to each other, but it's also quite important to really understand the advantages and disadvantages of overhead lines and underground cable solutions within each of those topics, right? And without, let's say, an integral picture of the total, it's very difficult to come to a single conclusion.
Yep.
I can understand, right, that there may be more or less experience with certain solutions, but if we look to the entire world, well, there are solutions for undergrounding very large, let's say, transmission systems. There are also many examples for overhead solutions of them. So those solutions are existing. They have different, let's say, drawbacks and advantages, and we need to compare all of them. And as long as we don't have that picture complete, it's very difficult to come to a conclusion, I think.
Yeah. Where you've got a regulator that effectively prioritises, say, cost over the other factors, do you, in your experience, know of other jurisdictions that operate in that way? Or do other jurisdictions in the world have a more holistic view when they assess these sorts of projects?
Well, it depends on what cost are we talking about, right? It can be, let's say, the capital expenditure, but we could also be looking to the societal cost, right? And they are more than just the capital expenditure. So how do you define cost, and which cost do you take into account, and which cost do you leave out of that equation?
Yeah,
that is quite different from country to country in the world.
Yeah. In your experience, and I imagine you've done work in a number of jurisdictions for a number of governments in relation to the transmission line assessments, where there are where there's one proposal that's being put forward by an entity such as we've got for HumeLink and Transgrid putting forward only an overhead proposal, does the government do governments in other jurisdictions look at other solutions, or do they just rely on the proposal that's put forward by the entity that's constructing it?
Well, I guess that is depending on the country and the jurisdiction we are in, right? That could be very different between countries.
Let me rephrase it so that's probably a bit more targeted. With governments that you've worked with, what would you consider to be gold standard in the way that they assess projects? Only assessing the project that's put forward by the entity that will construct it, or looking at the projects and alternatives so that they can draw a more holistic picture of an outcome?
Well, in my experience, there are quite many of those comparisons between overhead lines and underground, let's say, solutions to figure out what is the best choice in a certain situation. So that means that different jurisdictions really, let's say, look into those alternatives to make the best choice.
Because what we have in relation to this project, HumeLink, for example, it is the constructing entity that's responsible for putting a project to the regulator for assessment. The regulator isn't forcing a consideration of other means, i.e. undergrounding, because the entity Transgrid is only putting forward an overhead power line. The community would prefer it undergrounded. The cost is accepted that it will be more, but it was dismissed by the constructor as being extremely expensive, whereas I believe some of the evidence is not there. Where you've got a situation like that, would it normally be a government that you, in your experience, that would step in and say, hang on, we need to reassess this, or would it be that, in your experience, the government would just accept whatever proposals put forward and just work with it? Because that's effectively what we're seeing here.
I understand. Well, what complicates the matter is that you are speaking of this hume link, a very specific, let's say, project. Right? Ideally, I would say there is already a decision-making process in place, let's say, that aligns, let's say, which kind of options to choose when an important link, such as the hume link, is being developed. Right? So what is the framework for decision-making? And I learned from your inquiry that this is about connecting many renewable energy sources, not only one. And you should, let's say, evaluate all of those projects, let's say, with the same measures, right? With the same, let's say, benchmark in hand to understand in which case do you now choose for an overhead line and in which case do you now choose for an underground cable. So if correct, there should already be something there. I would assume. And if that is not the case, I would really propose to make a study out of this, because there are so many aspects which play a role and which could partly be mitigated or fully be mitigated. We can have overhead lines of all kind of different sorts and types which have more or less, let's say, impact, etc. And the same goes for underground cables. So it becomes very quickly very unclear if you don't have such a decision framework.
So, in your experience, where a project like HumeLink is proposed, what time frame would you imagine an assessment of an underground and overhead solution take?
Of a specific project or of a project in general for all kind of different renewable energy sources?
Well, I think I'll go with this as a specific project first, but noting that obviously the renewable energy zones in New South Wales extend across the state, and there's a number of transmission projects which will be put forward. There's Central West Arana, there's obviously HumeLink, there's one in the the Northern Tablelands. All these power lines will be, I guess, crisscrossing the country. The one that I guess is of most the most recent one that's most likely to start sooner is probably HumeLink. So that's the one that's I guess on the table. But I guess a holistic view would be interesting. I'm more focusing now on an assessment of that particular project because that route's mapped. There's probably a better ability to target it first. How long would that take?
Yeah, well, I would estimate right now in a few months that should be possible.
Okay, so what would the cost of an assessment like that be in I guess broad terms? Just to, because we're talking about a $5 billion expenditure on this project, so I'm just trying to determine in percentage terms what a definitive study would be in relation to a project such as HumeLink.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I think that the study costs are really, let's say, so small compared to the number you are mentioning. We are talking about months of work of a number of engineers to understand all the advantages and disadvantages in this case. So we are talking about, let's say, a few $100,000 probably.
Which is probably what.
So that is on a completely different ballpark than $5 billion. Yeah.
So just in relation to the, I guess, solutions themselves, even though Transgrid don't have, they say, the experience in building underground power lines, do you believe that we would have any problem bringing that expertise into the country and potentially providing Australian engineers, Australian companies with the experience so that they can deploy it elsewhere?
I think that should be possible, right? There is, if we look to history, right, there has been a time that also in Europe there were many, let's say, countries which did not have underground cable expertise. Now they do have, right, because they stepped over and let's say started to collect experience with undergrounding power cables, also for the very high voltage levels. So that has been happening. It has, let's say, had very positive effects. Let's say in these countries where there is no, let's say, dramatic issues, let's say in countries with power cables, I would say. So it is perfectly possible, let's say, to learn from the experience which is elsewhere in the world and apply that learning in Australia. It of course will take an effort, but it's something that is doable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just questions from myself now. Mr. Dwell, do you have a view as to how Australia is going compared to other countries when it comes to adopting underground transmission, recognising what you've said, that it depends on the situation and it doesn't, undergrounding isn't suitable in all circumstances, but is there a view within the global kind of, this global kind of energy infrastructure community as to how Australia is going? Do you have a view?
Not really. I don't really have a view on how Australia is going with underground cables. I know there are some, let's say, closer to the cities. I know you have, let's say, vast lands, right, and huge areas where not so many people are living. So I know some of the basics of Australia, but I don't have a very clear view of those ins and outs, and maybe that is also better. That's
fine. I'll move on to some of the technical questions that just to get your view on some of the evidence that we've received before this inquiry. So I wanted to turn to firstly the expense. So we've had the energy market operator here just very recently produce another report into this, which is saying that depending on terrain and a lot of other things, that undergrounding could cost 4 to 20 times more than overhead. What's your view on that? And also, just it would be interesting as you're answering that, what other factors kind of should be considered and taken in to consideration when we're thinking of just the cost, for example, of the cabling. So firstly, the 4 to 20 times statistic, and then the other factors.
Yeah, well, it's very often you see that people quote that power cables are much more expensive than overhead lines. I think then in such, let's say, comparisons, we are primarily looking to capital expenditure and not to the rest. And I think what we should, let's say, have, again, also here kind of a holistic picture, right? What about the operational expenditure? What about the losses? What about, let's say, the cost for society on other things like that we have to maybe have land value changes which have an impact on somebody's cost benefit analysis, but not the one who is paying for the capital expenditure.
Yes.
So are we considering all cost factors, and what is then the overall picture for society? That I think is the thing which matters, and that is, let's say, it's quite difficult to establish, actually.
Yes. Can I just moving on to the operating expenditure then, because we have received a bit of evidence around here and I'm interested in your views on this. One of the witnesses appearing later today, Energy Co, which is a government agency, says that the comparative difficulty of repair and maintenance activities means that operating costs for underground cables are typically the same or greater than those for overhead lines, but they're saying that repair time can be significantly longer, 1 to 3 months, and it takes a long time to locate and repair a fault in underground cabling. Again, just your expertise as to what is that a correct, well, not a correct statement, but your views on that?
Underground power cables, because they are underground, right, take a bit longer to repair. That is true. I think for land-based power cables, we are not speaking of 1 to 3 months, right? We could, it's maybe a week or so, and then you should be in the position to make a repair. You can also prepare that, right? Make sure that you are prepared for making such a repair, such that you know where to go and what to find, to have the consent in place, etc., to make sure that you can actually repair as quickly as possible. 1 to 3 months of time frames is more applicable to submarine power cables, where you have to go with a vessel and dig up the power cable, let's say have a ship, have a crew, etc.
Okay.
So there you are speaking of months, but not on land.
Okay. Can I check with you as well in terms of the global supply of various infrastructure? Obviously, it's impacting everybody. I think it's impacting a lot for us as well, because we're this big island. We've got to bring everything in, and we've got these. Yeah. Anyway, is there an issue? It's again, it appears in Energy Co's submission. I just wanted to check. Is there an issue with the global supply of cabling? If you could talk to that, talk to what the global industry is doing in terms of ramping up, if it is the production.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a development there, right? Many countries around the world are connecting renewable energy sources to their grids, meaning that there is a huge demand for power cables. There is also a huge demand for transformers and for switchgear, etc. So this whole industry is at the start of a tremendous growth. Right, we need to double or triple, let's say, the transmission networks in the world, let's say, between now and 2050, and that, of course, causes some stress on the supply chain, also on the power cable suppliers. But that is not unique to power cables, right? It's also for other components.
Yes.
It may also lead to having some cable factories in Australia, right? Which could happen. I don't know.
Yes, that would be a very good thing to do. Can I ask, you mentioned in your submission, you list various factors, considerations, topics you call them, that need to be considered. And one of them I just wanted to explore a bit further with you is the security and protection, which, of course, where you talk about extreme weather, earthquakes, fires, everything. Of course, we're seeing an increase in that. We know why. And Australia in 20 years, 30 years is going to be a very, very volatile place, I think, in terms of extreme weather events. We have different evidence about what, undergrounding can also be impacted by various extreme weather events. What's your thoughts on the undergrounding versus overhead with the various weather events that we get here, which is flooding, extreme wind, which we saw just recently in another state, as well as bushfires?
I think underground power cables, they are underground, right? 1 to 2 meters of soil coverage on top of them. If you make a standard, let's say, power cable trench, you could also further protect them with pipes or other means, and that does protect them quite nicely from weather extremes, right? Like winds or bushfires, or heavy rains, etc. So that could be, let's say, an interesting, let's say, kind of protection. There are I struggle a bit, let's say, with understanding the effects of landslides, for example, earthquakes. I don't know.
Probably not so much
here. Have that also in
not
Australia?
Not as much, yeah.
But okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know from an earthquake in New Zealand, which of course also, let's say, damaged power cables, underground power cables, because the earth was moving so significantly. So, but typically, the earth is a pretty good, let's say, protection mechanism for this infrastructure.
Yes.
Later on, right, we will have to rely on those connections with renewable energy sources, especially if the amount of energy sources which we are connecting to the grid are rising. Yes. So protection is becoming an increasingly important topic to consider, I would say.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'll go to the issue of trenches now and cabling. We've had different evidence about this as well. Is it your view? You spoke about the cabling in the case of the extreme weather events if they were encased in a pipe. 500 cabling to so a 500 kV transmission line, underground cabling, say part of the way, for example, a couple of 100 kilometres, whatever it would be. What would the trench look like? Say it's over farmland, let's just stick with that, a couple of rolling hills. What would, and through probably a national park or state forest, what would the cabling look like? And the trench, do you think, from your view, and then from your experience, and then also the whole issue of the sterilisation of land above, which is, we've just received evidence just one way and the other way, and I'm interested in your considered views on this.
Yes, there are many, let's say, possibilities to make a link, right? It depends very much on the transmission capacity and on the voltage and on the length. So there is many different variants. But to give you some flavor, we could make a connection which, let's say, can transport about 1 gigawatt of power within about 2 meters of trench width. Where we have the power cables arranged in an open trefoil, which is buried. That was, let's say, a solution for a specific case, which was in that situation quite ideal. We could also have the power cables in pipes, let's say about 1.8 meters depth, and then in flat formation a little bit wider, because if there is no, let's say, width limitation, why make it very narrow? Why we could make it a little bit wider and a little bit deeper, such that you can simply use agriculture on top of it without any limitation. So there is different, let's say, possibilities to make that, but it doesn't have to be very wide, very big, or very deep.
Thank you.
I hope that makes sense.
Yes, yes, it did. Thank you. So that's okay. In terms of the land usage. What about the types of cabling and the speed with which underground cabling and I suppose the digging for the trenches and all of that happens? We there is a company in Australia that has got these big machines now that just push through the tunnelling, and it was showing us just how quickly and cleanly they can do that. So from your experience in terms of what's happening now and where things are moving to, is it the case that it is getting faster to do that? It's another argument against undergrounding, is that it takes a lot longer.
I think it does. For example, why there are, let's say, those machines that dig a trench, put in the power cable, and close the trench again, let's say, in one work stream. So there is a few machines moving through the countryside, let's say, putting in this power cable in place. And there are, let's say, quite interesting examples of that. I know in Denmark and in France and in other countries around the world. There is also some publications on that. And that, let's say, shows that if you are in a rural environment, you could actually really speed up. In an urban environment, so in the middle of a city, it's more complex, of course. But there, what has been experienced is that if you use pipes which you lay beforehand, and you pull a power cable through, you can also actually use speed or increase the speed quite interestingly.
Thank you very
Maybe
much.
still the overhead line is quicker, but well.
Yes.
That is just one of the aspects that you need to compare. But the point is, right, those disadvantages which appear on the first side, there is also mitigation measures, almost for every of them.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. We'll move to questions from government members now. Ms. de Waal.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. de Waal, for being here today. My name's Emily. I appreciate you taking time out of your schedule. Firstly, I just wanted to ask if you have any experience with transmission lines in Australia.
Transmission lines in Australia, no or very limited.
So you have, how many transmission projects have you been involved within Australia?
I have only been involved in the Baselink arbitration case, but that was not a line. If you mean an overhead line, that was a submarine link.
Okay, and so moving out now, how many underground 500 kilovolt transmission projects have you been involved with in Australia or overseas?
Oh, that is, I don't know by heart, quite a lot.
Thank you.
Multiple, let's say, tens. Yeah.
Thank you.
Something like 30, 40, 50 maybe.
15, sorry? Yep.
50, I think.
Do you...
Quite a lot of them. Yeah.
So 500 kilovolt ones?
With can I just sorry, members, we won't interject with somebody that is dialing in video conference from the Netherlands because of the delay. It makes it very difficult. So Ms. de Waal, continue hopefully without any further interjections from the opposition.
Chair. Thanks, Chair. Sorry, Mr. de Waal. Just for clarity, the number of 500 kilovolt transmission projects you've been involved in the world. 500 kilovolt underground, sorry, I should say. My understanding there's only 13 in the whole world, so.
Well, there have been quite a lot of, let's say, studies and projects. Yep. Not every study leads to a project and leads to a realization. So we have been involved in, well, for sure, let's say, more than 10, 15 of those projects.
Wonderful, thank you. Do you agree there's a difference between the cables used to connect renewable energy projects to the transmission system and the transition system itself?
Yeah, I agree. There is a difference.
Can you explain this difference for the committee? Why would some or all of the cables used to connect a renewable energy project to the grid be underground while transmission lines are then above the ground?
Well, I don't think that is the difference. I think the difference is in the reliability, right? Your backbone, you don't want to have it failing under no circumstance. So the reliability of your backbone should be on a different magnitude or a different order than a power plant which you are connecting, regardless of what kind of power plant it is. But you could lose a power plant without, let's say, jeopardizing the stability of the grid, but you cannot, let's say, lose too much of your transmission connection. So there is a difference in the reliability of a transmission grid and something that connects to it.
Thank you. When we were discussing earlier around the modelling that was being used, you talked about different societal factors. How would you quantify all those different societal factors?
How would I qualify them or quantify?
Quantify, sorry.
What we could do is to identify, let's say, those different societal factors and to try, let's say, to establish what are the advantages and the disadvantages of them. understanding how they compare to each other, or how those kind of societal factors compare to, for example, environmental factors or costs or whatever, right? We cannot do that, right? I think that has to be decided by politicians.
Thank you. In terms of the time it takes to do repairs, which we were sort of discussing earlier, I just wondered if you have any experience on repairs for Australian high voltage lines.
Oh, I have not.
No, okay, thank you. Do you agree there are a range of factors to consider when deciding to underground transmission lines?
To underground existing transmission lines?
Just to underground transmission lines generally, where there are a range of factors to consider. Yeah, and what are these factors? There's a range of factors. Yeah. What are these factors as you describe them?
Well, in my letter, I try to identify a number of those topics. I named them, let's say, which are different between overhead lines and underground power cables. And there may be even more topics than the ones I have mentioned. But those topics all play a role in, let's say, how an overhead line and an underground power cable compare to each other. So they should be evaluated, right? Things like scalability, the footprint, the route length, the transmission capacity, which you can have, security, protection, safety, health, many of them.
Thank you. When is it most appropriate for transmission lines to be placed underground?
Well, that can also be for a variety of reasons. It depends on how those different, let's say, aspects compare to each other. Sometimes underground power cables are used in more urbanized areas, right, to remove, let's say, some societal effects, or to remove, let's say, simply the visual presence of a transmission infrastructure. But sometimes you underground because you want to preserve a nature reserve, or you want to preserve a countryside view. So there is multiple different reasons why, in the end, right, an underground cable solution was favored. It's not a single reason.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. De Wilde. What voltage is most appropriate for placing underground?
That can be anything, right? That depends on what you connect, right? A renewable energy source can be small scale. It can also be of a very large scale. And that depends, that leads to, let's say, requiring a certain, let's say, transmission capacity for your transmission line. It could be as low as 20 to 50 kV, right, or as high as 500 kV, or maybe even higher.
That sounds like.
Thank you. So it's fair to say it's really a case-by-case basis when you decide to underground? And is it usually more appropriate in built-up areas and for short distances?
Well, it's a case-by-case situation, absolutely. And in one case, it can lead to an overhead line. In another case, it can lead to an underground cable. So that's why I proposed, right, maybe it's good, let's say, to have a kind of decision framework behind that, to understand when you now decide for an overhead line and in which case you decide for an underground cable.
Mr. De Wilde, can I ask you, I'll go on, sorry, you hadn't finished. I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
No, please, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
So, have you had a chance to analyse the methodology used by our local regulators, which could potentially come to the same conclusion which you're suggesting? In other words, we heard on evidence from Mr. Cox before that there is already a process in place where these analyses get done. Have you had a chance to look at the veracity of those models or analysis and make a judgment on whether or not you think a more sophisticated model would be better?
No, I have not received any information on that.
And tell me, in your experience from your previous projects, I know this is perhaps a little bit unfair because we just finished saying it's horses for courses, so to speak. But
I think he's going to know what horses for courses mean.
Would, generally speaking, when you do your cost-benefit analysis and your modelling, is it usually the case that it's more cost-benefit analysis comes out better for undergrounding or overhead?
I hope he says horses for courses.
Well, as I said, right, undergrounding has the name, let's say, to typically be more expensive when you look only at capital expenditure.
Yes.
But when you look to the entire societal cost, the picture can be different.
And are you aware that in New South Wales and Australia in generally, we are perhaps racing against the clock more than some other countries, which you may have been used to in terms of addressing climate change. And in order to address that time frame, there is a view that the undergrounding would just take too long. I mean, we are talking about interim targets within a decade and then a final target by 2050. That's not a lot of time to get the infrastructure in. Have you got a view about, given that sort of overarching context, have you got a view about how that would influence this assessment, this cost benefit?
Well, to me, it makes that topic of, let's say, timelines, how quickly can you build or realize it, a very important one, maybe even more important than cost. So it has to be factored into the decision-making process. Right? I am not here, let's say, to advocate for underground cables.
No.
I am also not here to advocate for overhead, let's say, solutions. I'm here to advocate the best solution. And that, let's say, leads to, let's say, understanding those different topics and outweighing them or weighing them, let's say, in comparison, and then making your decision. But
yes.
Fully knowing, let's say, what you are designing for in which case, because you also don't want to have a kind of a precedent which determines, let's say, the next 25 other decisions.
No. But your evidence is essentially that you need a sophisticated model which takes everything into account. There are companies out there who do this, but obviously, from our perspective, without us being availed of the modelling that our people are already using, you can't really see whether it's sufficient or not. Would that be fair enough to say?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's the end of our time for this session. So again, really, really appreciate you making the time that you have to speak with this committee, Mr. de Wilde, and you also experienced a little bit of Aussie lingo there, horses for courses, which you probably Google it if you're not sure what that meant. But thank you so much. We will now break for morning tea. Thanks again, Mr. de Wilde, for your expertise. If the committee has any further questions, the Secretariat will be in touch with you with those questions. Thank you so much again.
Thank you very much.
We will be
Thank
back.
you for having me.
Thank you. We'll be back at 11:15. Yes. Good an hour.
Good.
Goodbye. Mono. Great.
Right. Hey, it's like it's unionised.
Thank you.
Unionised hours.
That's Okay, I'll just see if our witnesses who have just come into the online room, see if you can both hear me. So, Associate Professor Roger Dargaville.
Yes, I can hear you. Fine.
Excellent, that's good. And Professor Yolande Strengers, sorry.
Yolande Strengers, yeah, that's all good, thanks.
Thank you, great. Okay, let's get you sworn in then. If we could start with you, Associate Professor, if you could state your name and position title and then the oath or affirmation, which I understand you have the words for.
I do. Roger Dargaville, Associate Professor Roger Dargaville, Deputy Director Interim of the Monash Energy Institute. Affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Now, Professor Strengers.
But I don't appear to have the wording with me.
That's okay. I will read it out for you. Where is it? Here we go, 6. If you could just state your name and position title to begin with.
Sure, Yolande Strengers, Professor of Digital Technology and Society at Monash University.
Thank you very much. And now, do you want to take the affirmation or the oath?
What
the affirmation
Roger did was fine.
That was the affirmation, I think, if you don't want to swear on the Bible, essentially, or whatever your faith
Yes,
is.
affirmation, please.
So if you could just repeat after me. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that
the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Now, would one of you, or both of you, but care to make an opening statement?
I'll be making the opening statement on behalf of both of us.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, thank you for the opportunity to speak at this hearing into the undergrounding of transmission lines. Professor Strengers and I today represent the Monash Energy Institute, which in turn represents over 100 energy researchers across Monash University in the social, technical and economic disciplines. Monash Energy Institute supports multidisciplinary research to tackle the most complex problems relating to the transition to low and zero carbon energy systems. Our initial technical assessment demonstrates that the increasing costs of transmission to put them underground will not only increase total system cost, but in a least cost optimised system will result in a significant change in the location of investment in wind and solar power. In our modelling results, more solar photovoltaics are built close to the demand centres, requiring additional storage. This will result in higher energy costs for all energy users and less investment in renewable projects in regional areas. However, the technical and economic considerations are perhaps secondary to the issue of community engagement. Professor Strengers' initial scoping of community sentiment and understanding of underground transmission lines, including what level of compensation might be acceptable, indicates there is a lack of social research on this issue in the Australian context. This is a significant concern because gaining the trust and support of everyday Australians, especially those in the regions most affected by renewable energy and transmission projects, is essential to ensuring a successful transition. Most past social research with households indicates they prefer the undergrounding of distribution and transmission lines. But this may change when they understand the costs, disruption impacts, and potential risks. Social research is needed to engage people in conversations about the options, opportunities, and constraints of undergrounding transmission lines in the context of the broader energy vision and purpose for expanding the transmission network. Past research conducted by Monash researchers indicates that everyday Australians are looking for guidance on a clear and unified vision for where the energy sector is heading to get on board with the significant changes and infrastructure upgrades required to achieve the transition. In this case, the question they are likely wanting to understand is, why do we need new transmission lines? And how does placing them underground or overground help support the energy transition? This requires an open and public conversation before individual landholders and community members are asked to commit to and support particular disruptions and construction projects. Resistance and opposition is more likely when community members feel sidelined from decisions or when they do not understand the context and purpose of infrastructure projects that affect their communities and lives. That is the end of our opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we'll move straight to questions from the opposition. Mr. Wes Fang.
Thank you very much for appearing today, but also thank you for your submission. I think it's quite interesting. Obviously, the issues that we've heard throughout this hearing have sort of come down to cost, but also community acceptance, and it's interesting to, I guess, view a hybrid model, and I use the term hybrid model. Obviously, you've used that in a later context, but also just to have the two issues compared and contrasted side by side. So in relation to, I guess, the community acceptance component, we've heard from the rural and regional communities that are predominantly impacted by the transmission lines themselves, both the landholders and the surrounding communities. What method does the regulator have to quantify and measure those impacts and determine their weight in relation to the other metrics that they use for comparison, which are cost? Do they? And if they don't, should they?
Do you want me to have a go at answering this one, Roger?
Yes, Yolandi, this is your domain for sure.
Thanks.
It's called a handball.
Look,
Ignore
I
him.
mean, obviously, I would say that quantifying and trying to measure social sentiments and community acceptance is extremely difficult, if not impossible, and to then weigh it up. I mean, this has been the problems with cost-benefit analyses for forever, is that it's very, very difficult to accurately and adequately account for the costs and the benefits from a social perspective. So that's not an approach I would personally recommend. But what I could say is if you tried to quantify it, and I guess there are methods out there that you could use to do that, it would be in terms of how much willingness there would be to either accept whatever decision was made by the government or embark on significant opposition. And you could potentially put some figures around what that kind of disruption, if there is opposition, might create for a regulator or for for a transmission network business or for anyone else involved in this kind of process, in terms of delaying the project, in terms of disrupting the project, in terms of potentially stalling or stopping the project. That's where I would imagine the most significant costs would come in from a kind of project management perspective. And of course, we've seen examples from previous large-scale infrastructure projects where public opposition has significantly disrupted projects and has caused significant costs. I would say, though, that we need to kind of get in before that step and actually build community confidence and support for the project, rather than seeking to measure the potential impact if that support is not there.
Because ultimately what we see is a mandating of consultation with the community, to have these conversations. But I guess in practice, the evidence that we've heard is that it's often presented as a fait accompli, that this is the decision. The consultation is really more about, it's not even really an information session, it's effectively a presentation of what will be imparted on the community. So where a project like HumeLink, and that's the one I'm probably most familiar with because it's in the area that I live in, is, I guess, strongly opposed by the community, where do you think the weighting for that should be factored in? Is it the regulator that has the responsibility to recognise that? Is it the commissioner? Is it Transgrid themselves or the government? Like who's we mandate any number of times what who's responsible for what, but it seems that nobody's responsible for this part. Do you have a view on that?
I don't think there's an easy answer to that question. Ultimately, I mean, I know this is not a very satisfactory answer, but ultimately everybody needs to be responsible for understanding the community concerns and their wishes. And as you've identified, the critical problem we have at the moment with all of these projects is that the community views and the opportunity for genuine consultation is either not there or comes so late in the project that it really isn't seen as genuine. And it's really, as you've said, the decision has been made. So from the very beginning of, government policies, from, regulatory requirements, from transmission projects, and that involves all of the parties you've just mentioned, we need to be bringing the community in. So I would say that there's probably roles and responsibilities for each of those agencies you've mentioned to be taking part in genuine community consultation in different ways, depending on what the roles of those agencies are, from the outset of any decision or any process by which these decisions are being made.
And where you've got almost universal, I guess, opposition by a community to a project, where do you think the balance lies in acknowledging that and finding a resolution to it? For example, the landholders around the HumeLink project around the Tumut area are all advocates for underground. Now, that's almost universal. The community, landholders, everybody. What responsibility do we have to acknowledge and respect that view where a project is being imposed on a community? And how do we I guess, progress that from here?
Yeah, look, I mean, that's the crux of the question, isn't it? That's such a difficult thing to do, to balance the wishes of a community with a broader kind of community benefit potentially from these kinds of projects. I can't give you an easy answer or an easy way in which that can be done. I certainly think that it's as much as possible we need to be taking the wishes of the communities affected into account.
Yep.
And accommodating whatever kind of, I guess, wishes they may have, such as undergrounding. But having said that, I mean, some of the conversations that I've observed that are occurring are more, as you say, information sessions about the decisions that have been made, rather than a presentation of the options and of the considerations that have gone into a particular decision. And, in our research, we often find that when people fully understand, why a particular decision has come about, what its, what the risks or the benefits are of the different options, they may actually come to the same conclusion or a similar conclusion as the regulator or the government or whoever's doing the project. But because they're not part of those conversations, and they're not actually presented with those options, and they can't kind of think about those things themselves, they essentially become defensive and resist the project. So we really have to avoid getting to that point by getting in as early as possible and really laying out the options for communities so that they can actually kind of be part of that decision-making process.
Yeah, that's a really interesting, I guess, analysis of it, because I think part of what's really struck me about this issue is that community, the community around the Tumut area, I'll say, that are impacted by the HumeLink project, are, I think, probably some of the best educated people around the issue, understanding the options, understanding the whys of what the project is supposed to do, and there's some level of acceptance that the project might go ahead but what they're asking for is that it be undergrounded as opposed to overhead. So where that circumstance exists, where there's a community that's understanding of the issues, understanding of the options, understanding the whys and the hows and the whos, in effect, that are driving this decision-making process, yet they've almost universally come to that conclusion that they want this undergrounded. Isn't that the model that you're sort of proposing, which is that, communities educated, presented with the facts, and then that decision then gets built into the solution? That should occur, shouldn't it?
That's right. Yeah, I agree. So then in that situation, if it's at all possible, then I would be attempting to support the community's wishes.
Okay, and that's where we come to the more technical aspects of the proposal, and I guess we talk about the hybrid model, and there's obviously the difference in AC, DC, and I think it's all spoken about in your submission very well. Where we know that if we go underground HVDC, converter stations are required at either end of the transmission line, effectively to convert it from AC to DC and back, so forth. How would a hybrid model work in that circumstance, given that effectively each trunk of HVDC would require a converter station?
I think the issue here is that the expense of converting from AC to DC and back again for relatively short chunks of transmission would be prohibitively expensive. You normally only do DC, above ground or below ground, for stretches of hundreds of kilometres. The AC/DC converters are very, very expensive.
Yep.
And so if you were just doing it to do tens of kilometres to maybe divert around a particular community, you just wouldn't. The economics would not stack up.
So you would propose putting HVAC underground for short periods. Is that in effect what the hybrid model would look like?
Yes, I think if it was to go underground for short sections, AC underground would be the only viable option.
Yeah, and the only reason that you would do HV or keep the system AC as opposed to having a long stretch DC system is in effect, as you talked about in your opening statement, that by having the system DC, it effectively reduces the opportunity for new renewable energy projects to be constructed and connected along the line, doesn't it? So it in a way future-proofs the ability for those future systems to attach in.
That's right. You can't have what are known as taps along the way on a DC line.
Yep.
So if you were to want to supply power to a regional area or feed in power from a wind or solar plant, DC doesn't allow that to happen. So it's really good for connecting long distance renewable energy projects to central load centres, but not for gathering up lots of dispersed renewables across a broad area.
Let us see if there's something at the end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll come back for you. Associate Professor Dargaville, I just want to thank you for the work that has been put into the submission. I just wanted to dig into it a little bit. We, of course, know about, because there are quite a few submissions, mention the AEMO integrator ISP, cost projections and the inputs to that. So I just wanted to firstly ask whether you, obviously doing this work, you satisfied yourself as to what those inputs originally were to come to the fore. I think EMO goes up to 20 times potentially more expensive, not 10 times in terms of undergrounding? Firstly, those inputs, whether you verified them.
Well, the knowledge that I have is that it's 4 to 10. I think 20 times would be an extreme case. But the issue with undergrounding is you don't know in advance what kind of challenges you might run up against. Not dissimilar to the problems with Snowy 2.0, when they started tunnelling into the ground, they discovered, much to their surprise or even horror, that the underground geotechnical was a disaster. Similar issues can arise with undergrounding power lines. So for particular projects, they could be up to 20 times more expensive. But I think overall, if you're looking at from a system point of view, 4 to 10 is a pretty reasonable expectation for increases in costs.
Thank you. I wanted to just ask as well, in the submission, you've, hang on, let me find it. Yes, you've, basically in your workings, you have that you've compared the standard overhead transmission scenario with a scenario where all new transmission capacity was assumed to be underground, which I think is probably highly unlikely, of course, for all transmission infrastructure to be underground in terms of the costings that you've provided. That's kind of, I don't think, going to happen in anybody's reality. Did you also model, a hybrid where 40% or 20% I don't know how you'd model that, but did you consider doing that as well, or did you do that as well?
We haven't done that. I certainly accept your point that for all the new transmission lines to be underground would be an extreme case and very unlikely to happen. The reason for doing that was to essentially bookend the range of scenarios. And we're trying to show a worst case scenario, I guess. And we don't really have the resources to run lots and lots of hybrid simulations of mixes above and below ground. At this stage, that would be a rather involved study. So yes, to answer your question, it's an extreme case. It wouldn't happen. In reality, if you were undergrounding some of the lines, you would see less overall system costs. But I think what the conclusion we had from the study in general is that undergrounding of long sections of transmission lines is not cost effective compared to the alternative of having renewables, primarily solar, close to the load centres. And so what actually happens in the modelling scenarios, at least, if you force the model to go underground for the transmission, it doesn't build them. It builds the renewables close to the load centres and builds lots and lots of storage to compensate for the lesser quality of renewables that you access close to the cities. And the final result of that is that you don't get renewable projects in the regions, which some people might be happy about, but that's where the best quality renewables are. So it comes at the detriment to the quality and cost of the overall system.
Thank you. Yep, that's very clear. So, because you've also said in your submission, if you just wanted to expand upon that as well, just the delay that, we've heard from quite a few witnesses. I consider Monash Uni and you as academics independent. The delay that from your research, again, I'd prefer for us not to think of every single thing being undergrounded, I just, again, don't think that. But if you could what within your research do you think, given, lack of social licence and what have you, but what would be, forget that last bit, lack of social licence, I should not forget that. That doesn't help my point that I'm trying to make. But what's the delay in terms of if it does, if we did go underground for part or a good portion of the network, what do you think would be the delay with that?
The delay or the increased cost? We haven't really thought about timing of the issue. Yeah,
the delay in terms of the action that we need to take in terms of climate change, So because I think you've kind of put in terms of how much this would impact on have you put that into your submission as well in terms of our targets that we need to meet?
In our modelling, we always assume that we're going to meet net zero by 2050 regardless. So the costings that we present are for a net zero system by 2050 with or without undergrounding of transmission lines. So the 20 to 30% increase in cost that we've projected if undergrounding was enforced, which doesn't result in underground transmission lines, it results in renewables being built at the load centres rather than in the regions, doesn't change the timing and the emission reduction pathway.
Thank you. And could you clarify as well, in terms of working out those costs, what other costs you factored into this work other than purely financial?
It is just a techno-economic assessment. So we don't look at the social licence constraints directly, but one of the strengths of the work that we do is we are in constant discussions with experts like Professor Strangers to discuss these issues, and we would never present the techno-economic assessment without the social licence issues in consideration.
Because there is also with the looking at a cost-benefit analysis, there is also the other costs such as potentially environmental and others. It's more than social licence, and we've heard a lot about social licence, which is very important. And I know the rule change that happened at the federal level recently to ensure more community engagement. So that's kind of top of mind for governments, but there's also more to costs as well, which I don't know. I can't see where any of those other costs are being factored in at the moment. Do you have any comments about that?
Well, this approach can't include non-financial costs. So we have a cost function, as we call it, the amount of money that the system costs that we're trying to minimise. If we could place a dollar amount on environmental damage or social licence, then we could add it into the system. But as Professor Strenger said at the start, you can't quantify in a dollar number what social licence is worth. So these are separate considerations. So you really do need to take a multi-layered approach that even if the techno-economic assessment stacks up, if you don't have the social licence or the ability to run a project without significant environmental damage, then it's a no-starter.
Thank you. Professor Strangers, I just wanted to get your view on, I think part of what's happened here within the regions in New South Wales, and I know it's in other parts of the country as well, is the frustration by some communities over what has just appeared to be almost ideological, from the community's perspective anyway, ideological opposition to undergrounding and a lack of a genuine consideration of whether it is possible at all anywhere by the energy companies and government. That's the feedback that we're getting, that it seems to be very dismissed. So are you saying with part of your work is that's critical, isn't it, to explain to the community, put more evidence and facts on the table? Because I think sometimes communities are treated as though they don't know anything and they're not given all the information they need to weigh up, make up their own minds with the right information. That's part of what you're arguing here, is that if that happens, that could be useful and beneficial for the companies that are trying to build infrastructure across the state.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct. That is partly what I'm suggesting, but more broadly than kind of information campaigns, I'm also suggesting that there needs to be a bigger national conversation about the energy transition that involves communities and, everyday Australians. Obviously, we talk about energy all the time, but it's often in the context of a crisis or, perhaps bigger climate change concerns or things that have gone wrong. I think the public is aware that we're moving towards net zero and trying to move towards the energy transition with renewables and all of those things, but certainly isn't across, what that means more broadly in terms of, the changing nature of transmission. They probably don't even know, many of them, what transmission is and how it distinguishes from different parts of the system. Obviously not in all communities, some are very well educated, as you said, but it's more about a bigger conversation about where this country is headed and how communities and households are being expected or will be expected to get involved in that, and really bringing them on board with where the energy transition's going, rather than just communicating with them at the point at which we need their so-called social licence.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mr. Fang has another question.
I just wanted to go back a little bit to some of the earlier evidence when I was asking some questions. In relation to the, I guess, difference between the HVDC and HVAC, but run underground, obviously you said that the HVDC is better equipped for doing longer distances, one, because of the cost of the converter stations, etc. But ultimately, where we're connecting, say, a res to the metropolitan area, or with HumeLink, we've got, two metropolitan areas and Snowy 2.0 as a, intermediary position that's, connecting in and distributing that power. Is it not reasonable to run it in an HVDC capacity over those long distances? There are landholders that are worried about the actual impact of continual renewable energy projects taking prime agricultural land, and what the future means for us to be able to feed ourselves and clothe ourselves. Where we've got a res that's in effect designed to have these renewable energy projects put in there, connecting that res to the metropolitan area should be HVDC all the way without having to reconnect in parts later on. Is that not a reasonable assumption?
As I mentioned before, if you've got nothing over hundreds of kilometres tapping in and out of the line, then DC is perfect. But invariably, we've got townships, other renewable energy projects that would ideally, optimally, be able to tap into that transmission asset. So, you might be right. It's not a scenario that we've really considered in detail. And one of the advantages of just doing straight DC is you could underground it for some segments where you've got sensitivity with community engagement, and you could above ground it where that issue doesn't arise at much lower cost. It's an interesting question. I don't have a good answer for you, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
But the regulator should have.
Professor, we'll move to questions from government members now. Ms. Emily Savall.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks so much for appearing today. I wonder if I could start by a question to Professor Strengers. When it comes to the energy transition in New South Wales and indeed in Australia, who would you say are the different groups of stakeholders?
Oh, that's a very big question. Depends how you break it up. But obviously, we have government stakeholders. We have the energy businesses, which you can break up further into distributors or generators or retailers or what have you. We have regulators. We have market operators. We have community members, households, businesses, the commercial sector, all of which have their own stakes in the energy transition and their own perspectives and views on how that will unfold.
Yeah, so quite a large number of stakeholders. What are the reasons that communities may favour underground transmission lines, in your view?
I think there's a widespread sort of just general perspective that undergrounding will be less disruptive and more visually appealing, and also potentially less risk in terms of power line or transmission lines having damage done to them with extreme weather or bushfires or what have you. I understand that that's not necessarily the case technically, so I'm just talking about community perceptions. But that is what a lot of people would, when we interview people and they talk about their preferences for things like undergrounding. They're the kinds of issues that come up.
So do you think the community understand the cost implications of undergrounding?
No, absolutely not. Not generally. I mean, they may in some communities where they've got very, very actively involved, but even there it would be probably a fairly small group of people within that community. But in general, no, absolutely not. I mean, when we speak to households about the energy transition, they often confuse all those different stakeholders I mentioned. They don't understand who's responsible for what. They probably can't distinguish between a distribution and a transmission pole. There's very basic understanding generally in the community about energy infrastructure and the way the energy system operates.
Thank you. Do you think then that the community understands the impact on the landscape of undergrounding transmission infrastructure and what the construction process involves?
Well, they'd certainly have their own kind of aesthetic expectations or imaginations about what a transmission distribution system might look like. It may not be founded, again, on any reality or technical facts, but I think most people can imagine what transmission infrastructure would look like, and so they would have that kind of understanding in their heads. But I wouldn't say that would necessarily correlate with any kind of technical or economic understanding about what that would mean.
Yeah, thank you. So, again, focusing on consumers and impacted communities, how can we best communicate the need for and the benefits of transmission and the energy transition generally?
Well, I think there does need to be a unified voice. I mean, this comes back to actually one of the earlier questions about, who's responsible for having these conversations with communities. This has been an issue for the energy sector for many years now, is that because there are so many stakeholders, there's no one central party taking responsibility for that community conversation and engagement. Everybody's sort of doing it in relation to their own projects or their own interests, but that creates a lot of confusion within the community. So I think the number one, kind of thing that needs to happen is a central body or a central, somebody who perhaps a body that already exists, taking the lead in the national conversation about this issue. And then the other players can follow with those more specific, details about, well, what does this transmission project or any project mean for a particular community? But without that overarching conversation about why is this transmission infrastructure even needed? Why do we need to put renewable energy projects where they're going? How is that supporting where the country's heading and what are the broader benefits? Without that conversation, all those other conversations that are happening, with companies on that kind of more isolated and community scale are missing the bigger picture. And there's a lot of distrust as well, because people are hearing different things from different parties within this system. So, there's many other things, but that is the number one I would like to emphasise, is just the need for that central voice.
Yeah, thank you. Just passing to my colleague now who may have some further questions.
Thank you. In terms of the modelling, which has been discussed a fair bit today, I want to get a feel for the the detail and the comprehensiveness of modelling you've done, and whether or not you're satisfied that the current regulatory regime, which, there's a number of moving parts from what we've heard. You've got Transgrid, AEMO, AER. Are you comfortable with the veracity of the sort of modelling that they do compared with what you've done in an academic sense, in terms of completeness, thoroughness, I guess?
The AEMO modelling and the ISP modelling in particular is very thorough and very robust and very carefully planned, with huge amounts of stakeholder engagement, huge amounts of effort to assess what the costs of the different components are. The work that we've done at Monash is at the other end of the scale. It's a relatively simple model that we can run quite quickly, and it gives us insights into how the system works, but I certainly wouldn't be using our model results at Monash to specifically plan the next set of transmission lines for the NEM. So they're quite different approaches with different goals. Our approach is for academic insights, not for specifically planning the system.
So I heard you before, Professor Dargaville, mention the fact that the assumption is based on getting to net zero irrespective of the medium, that being it underground or overhead. Does that mean that there's an inbuilt assumption that you could, to use your term, force an underground system? I mean, you can get there if you want to with underground. It's just going to cost a bucket load more, right, to get that speed?
Right.
Yeah. And could you just talk us through some of these? I found it interesting, your comment or observation that if you were to go down the underground path, then you would have to shift the profile of where you put the near load centres, I think was the phrase you used. Can you just talk us through why that's the case, the practicalities of that? I think it's important to get that on the record.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. So when we run this optimization, and it's an optimization, it's looking for the least cost combination of wind, solar, transmission and batteries to meet a given load profile. So the model looks for wind and solar locations that complement each other in terms of their variability. So you want lots of wind farms that don't produce wind at the same time, for example, because that helps the reliability of the system. But to access lots of different wind regimes requires more transmission, so there's a cost. So there's cost and benefits to all these different aspects. What the model says when you look at the overground transmission lines, that the benefits of accessing lots of wind and solar over a broad geographic region offsets the cost of the transmission lines. So you end up with a good low-cost system. If you then change the assumptions and say the transmission now costs 5 times as much, it says, well, that's not worth accessing that characteristic of the system. And it's better to build your renewables close to where the power gets used in the cities. And instead of using the geographic distribution to smooth out the variability, you build lots of batteries. And so because you've got to build batteries and you've got to build more renewables of a lesser quality because they're not out in the sunny, windy locations, that bumps up the cost of the overall system.
Oh, I see, yes, that makes sense. So basically, in order to draw on a bigger suite of variable renewable inputs, you need to have a cheaper transmission infrastructure to allow you to do that. Otherwise, I mean, unless you just want to spend a total bomb, which then, of course, will feed into the electricity bills and all the problems we've been discussing on the committee yet. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, exactly right. And we could force the model to build the same transmission lines that it proposes above ground, put them underground, and provide a cost, but that would be higher still than the 20-30% increase in costs that we realise when we have the renewables close to the load centres.
And in terms of the consumers and the affected communities, do you have a view on how we can... I mean, we've got a committee here who's got the time and the wherewithal to draw on subject matter experts like yourselves, inform ourselves. Have you got a view on how we kind of... Professor Strang, as you sort of touched on this point, how we can better communicate what is relatively complex matter for the public to understand? Because you've got this situation essentially, I think, where you've got a minority cohort potentially living near the transmission lines who are understandably upset because of the blight on the aesthetics and all the rest of it, and the cutting swathes through farming properties or whatever the issue is, versus a whole population a load centre which is going to benefit from renewables and a cheaper cost. I mean, it's a bit of a thorny issue as to how you communicate that. Have you got a view on that?
Well, there is a whole lot of social research that's been done in Australia, not specifically on this issue, but more broadly on how to communicate some of the complex issues around the energy transition. Unfortunately, I don't think we've done it particularly well in Australia so far. We've tended to sort of, energy is a very technical subject generally. It's sort of dominated by engineering and economics. And so often engineering terms end up in the media and households and people's eyes glaze over. Yeah, that's right. But the good news is there is actually quite a lot of good work now that has investigated, the kinds of terms and good ways of communicating these issues to people. So I think there's a lot to learn there and more work to be done, sure, on how to best communicate in this particular issue on this particular topic. But we have to get away from the engineering speak and get into sort of ordinary language. Even the term distributed energy resources is not a very people-friendly term. My research team's actually doing some work on an energy glossary, which is about translation of complex energy concepts into ones that people understand. So, and there's not just us, there's lots of people, lots of researchers in Australia who've done work on this. So there is resources out there to help with this.
Can I ask
Thank
just
you
quickly,
very much.
Chair?
No, we're done.
Oh.
Sorry. You can put questions in on notice
All
to
right.
them.
Will
You
do.
know how I am
Yep.
with these things. So thank you. We're actually a little bit over time and we're trying to stick to time. So thank you very much, Professor and Associate Professor. Really value your expertise and making yourselves available. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Call
Thank
our
you.
next
you.
witnesses.
Small cohort of affected communities. I can't wait till you go back down to Tumut again.
Well, he's got his country labour thing this
So,
weekend.
so Wes, you think a population of 5 million
he's not
versus,
going, yeah.
you don't think those ratios are valid?
No, I do. I just think that 5 million
Right.
people should pay.
Okay, I think we might still be live, so if we could just behave
up.
ourselves.
You want the renewables pay up?
Well, they're going to, mate. It feeds into
All right,
electricity
okay, we might get our witnesses sworn in to stop the bickering across the table.
I wasn't bickering. He was.
I didn't say who was doing anything. How old are you, Wes? Yes, thank you, Mrs. Carter, that's true. Welcome to our next witnesses. We'll begin by getting you all sworn in. If we could start with you, Mr. Adams, and then we'll go across. State your name and position, title, please, and then the oath or affirmation for the record. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm Dominic Adams, General Manager of Networks at Energy Networks Australia, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You might find it a bit easier if you bring the microphone just a bit closer. That way people might be able to hear you a bit better online.
Thank you. We'll move to you, Mr. De Silva Alvarez.
Hi, I'm Ricardo da Silva Alvarez. I'm the Network Business Development Manager for Iberdrola Australia. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. And Mr. Lalich, is it?
Yes, thank you. My name's Nino Lalich. I'm the General Manager of Public Affairs for Iberdrola Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks so much. Now, short opening statements to begin with. Mr. Adams, do you have one?
I do, thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
get going. So, hi, thanks for the opportunity to be part of the inquiry. A bit about ENA. We represent Australia's electricity transmission and distribution and gas distribution networks. Our members provide more than 16 million electricity and gas connections to pretty much everyone in Australia. Just introduced myself, so I won't do that. As an industry peak body, we don't really get involved on the ground in the business of doing transmission projects. So our staff won't go out into community town halls or be sitting opposite landholders to talk through these issues. What we do is we listen to our member organisations, our transmission businesses, we listen to communities, energy customers, and we try to navigate that path for industry to meet everyone's needs through what we think is pretty much the biggest challenge of our time, the decarbonisation challenge. Over the last 5 or so years, community and social licence engagement issues, which have always been a very high priority for our members, have become a high priority for ENA. As a result, we've been involved increasingly in work to improve outcomes for communities and landholders, so engaging through the Energy Charter, better practice social licence guidelines for transmission, engaging on the rule changes and reviews around community and landholder engagement and social licence that have occurred at that national framework level. And that really brings us to the issue of undergrounding. Communities and landholders are legitimately concerned with the impact of new transmission infrastructure. They're big projects, and they are going to have real impacts on the land. So there's disruption during construction, there's ongoing land use impacts, visual amenity, you're aware of all of the various categories and so on. And it's not just the transmission infrastructure, these impacts are magnified. You've also got renewable developments that follow and go around these transmission infrastructure, so that the engagement fatigue being felt in communities is genuine. And at the same time, we've got other imperatives. We've got the state and federal decarbonisation goals. In New South Wales in particular, we've got coal-fired power stations reaching end of life. They're closing over the next decade. We have to replace them. And the national plan, the AMO plan, says that that's best done with new renewables connected in, firmed by storage, interconnection and gas generation. So at the same time as well, people are doing it really tough on cost of living. That's a genuine concern. Energy prices form a part of that. They are a direct cost. They're also an indirect cost embedded in everything we buy and products and services. So it's a really difficult context. It's got many competing priorities. Transmission developers, communities that they work in, they need to, in that context, sort out whether building above or below ground is the right way to go. The mere fact that we've got tons of transmission out there already, most of it really is above ground, some of it is below ground, means that there are going to be use cases where transmission is appropriate for each, where above and below ground transmission is appropriate. I had transmission go below ground up the other end of my street a few years ago in Transgrid's Powering Sydney Future project, which was an underground project to meet the growing needs of Sydney. So there's many factors that go into and influence whether above ground or below ground is the right choice for a particular project, for a particular circumstance. I won't go into the particular factors. I think Curtin University in Queensland University included a submission from a piece of work that one of our members helped fund as well, and I'll skip over the brief summary of that, but there are very different competing technical differences, as you've mentioned, as I was listening just before, in alternating current versus direct current technologies. There's cost implications, timeline implications, there's all sorts of different implications for the different technologies. In the mix as well, as you've noted, as I was listening in before, there's complex energy planning and regulatory assessment processes that work out what's the best project to do and how do we do the best project in the most cost-efficient way, and those are genuinely designed to make sure that we're not building too much to meet or paying too much to meet energy customers' needs as well. So it's really complex stuff. Coincidentally, whenever we're in such a complex environment, it's rich ground for confusion, miscommunication, and we're in the TikTok world where influencers have more cachet than energy companies or governments in communication. So it's a very hard environment to be working in as well. We need to be mindful of that. And it's understandable then that when we go and talk to our transmission businesses, and this goes right up the chain to CEO level discussions, they're asking us to be more coordinated and to engage and to try and solve some of these problems. So that's a recognition really that it's complex, there's information and expectation gaps between transmission developers and communities, and that the only way we're going to solve that is through genuine collaboration and putting in the hard yards to do that. So having that put on our agenda by our members, we looked around and sought for the right thorough, independent, collaborative processes to try and achieve that outcome. And we didn't want to reinvent the wheel, so we asked the Energy Charter to take on this issue, and they've done that quite quickly. They've got a project underway around evaluating transmission undergrounding, and all things going well, that will start producing some outcomes in the middle of this year. I think you have some details of that project as well in Energy Charter's submission, so I won't go into any real detail there. The only thing to draw attention to is that it is a genuine co-design project where we try and get the best research done and then get everyone, all the right stakeholders in a room, landholders, farmers groups, as well as transmission developers, to try and nut out what's the best way to work through this. And if
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Can I just see how far, just in terms of a short opening statement, because you're eating your question time a little bit. Okay, yeah. Just if you just wanted to keep going, but I'm just giving you a bit of a time warning.
The only other thing to note is that really where we want to get to through that project is to have some defined expectations around when and how everyone will work together, come together, and what the rules of the game are for making those decisions around whether a project should go above or below ground. And if we can get there, then we've made big progress. And I won't preempt the outcomes of that proposal because it's within the collaborative process to look at the research and work out what the best way forward is, and I'll leave it there.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, Iberdrola, who's...
Yep. I might make a short intro and then my colleague will just continue for a little bit. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to provide evidence at the public hearing today. So Iberdrola Australia has been operating in Australia for more than 20 years, and around the country we have about 1.5 gigawatts of renewables across the NEM. In particular, our energy assets and interests in New South Wales include the 130 megawatt Badangra wind farm near east of Wellington, 145 megawatt Flyers Creek wind farm south of Orange, the 48 megawatt Woodlawn wind farm east of Lake George near Canberra, the 140 megawatt Capital wind farm also near Lake George, the 245 megawatt Avonlea solar farm near Narendra, and the Smithfield open cycle gas turbine and the Walgrove grid battery. So we're already obviously operating in a lot of regional communities across New South Wales, but globally we're part of the Iberdrola group, which has more than 60 gigawatts of generation in operation and 1.3 million kilometres of transmission. At Iberdrola, we've been in the process of transitioning our business model for more than 2 decades with investments in renewable energy generation, transmission and distribution, battery and pump storage hydro, and green hydrogen. Our business and our people are aware of both the opportunities and risks regional communities in particular face as part of the energy transition. In response, we believe putting our stakeholder needs at the centre of our strategy. We are focused on ensuring the benefits created by the energy transition are fairly shared by the communities, businesses and individuals we work with. As part of our focus on a fair energy transition, we are committed to creating benefits for our communities and the environment, the First Nations communities of Australia, and skilled employment in green and sustainable industries in the future.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right.
Thank you, Nino. I would also like to thank the committee for the opportunity to provide evidence at the public hearing today. As my colleague was saying, we're a global utility recognized in different jurisdictions across Europe, UK, US, and South America. I particularly come from UK, where I spent there more than 6 years working for the regulated arm of Iberdrola for transmission and renewables. Currently, globally, Iberdrola operates one of the largest power systems, comprising 1.3 million kilometers of power lines and more than 4,000 substations. This actually carries electricity to more than 34 million people around the globe. Our investment currently targets 40% of the group organic investment. That is around 27 billion euros invested in transmission regulated and non-regulated businesses. Iberdrola, and that's why I'm here today, Iberdrola is, Australia particularly, is currently trying to roll out our TNSP capabilities in Australia to support the energy transition. We currently, we definitely agree with the statement on the need of building transmission infrastructure in New South Wales, not only New South Wales, but across the coast, the East Coast, as the increase in connectivity and additional generation will be required to replace retiring coal-fired generation. This is something that we see not only for Australia, but we have seen in other jurisdictions, UK, US, and Spain. As for the New South Wales electricity infrastructure roadmap, I think it's clear that new transmission, new generation will be required, and the technology of this generation could be renewables, could be nuclear, subject to any debate that the industry actually runs, but whatever is rolled out, transmission will be necessary. I don't think this is going to be something that we will avoid, we'll be able to avoid in the future. Transmission is necessary, not only for Australia, but we see industry bodies in Europe and the United States regularly publishing reports targeting and identifying the need for new transmission, significant new transmissions. On the Australian landscape, I think it's important to say that we are in a global landscape, sharing and competing not only on workforce, but supply chain, on skill sets, and that's important to consider on these debates. As I said, I think in the media, I can see short-term alternatives being proposed, like the extension of coal closure and the use of natural gas peaking. But as I said, whatever it is that we deploy in the future, renewable generation, nuclear, will require transmission lines significantly. I will say that it's not only for Australia that we see reports also being published about the importance of deploying and connecting new transmission in a timely manner. Particularly in Australia, we have seen reports, particularly from Next Advisory, that has modeled that any delays of 2 years on transmission rollout will translate on $600 more on electricity bills of the 15 years for customers. This increase to a customer energy bill increases approximately $1,800 over the same period, with the transmission bill delayed for 4 years. We believe that the build and investment in transmission, while ensuring impacted communities are genuinely consulted, is the only way to deliver affordable and reliable energy transition for Australia.
Thank you very much. We'll move to questions now, starting with questions from the opposition. Mr. Westphane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Adams, I just wanted to start with you. Do you represent Transgrid? Or is Transgrid is a member of your organisation?
Yeah, Transgrid is a member of our organisation.
What about Energy Co?
I don't think Energy Co is a member. They may be an associate member or one of the different levels, but I don't think they're a full member. Okay. So you've spoken about the work that you as an organisation are doing, I guess, to improve the initial contact with communities, trying to better achieve outcomes in relation to the consultation process and the planning process, and getting all the stakeholders in the room. Obviously, you said there's a study that's going on at the moment. Is that an admission that you believe that there is a failure at this present time in the way that that's occurred previously? I don't think I'd say there's been a particular failure. I think the biggest issue is that we haven't done this in this environment before. So the last time we rolled out major transmission investment was a long, long time ago when the rules of the game were very, very different. So it's as I was talking about before, it's a really different environment that you are trying to work within, and it's challenging. And of course, the businesses will all be learning, and for them, it's existential. If you have an imperative for these projects to go ahead and to go ahead in a timely way to meet the needs of customers. So you've got the ultimate objective to obtain social licence and to do this right.
Yep. So you would be familiar with the HumeLink project, I assume?
Yes.
Yes. I think almost everyone is. You would be aware that the community's not inclined to support the proposal that Transgrid has brought forward with the overhead power lines. You'd agree with that assumption?
I think that's quite a generalisation. I'm sure there are some parts of the community who are supportive, some parts who are
Let me
not
rephrase.
supportive, but there's
The community where the power line is due to be installed is generally unhappy with the consultation process and the outcome that is on the table at the moment. Would you agree with that assessment?
Well, I think there have been pretty big challenges with the way that...
You're starting to lose your credibility with me because I think it's pretty
Point of
clear.
order.
I'm very aware of what the point of order is going to be. The witness said 3 words. If the member could allow the witness to at least get part of his answer out so we have an indication of where he is going, that would be appreciated. So if you could, Mr. Adams, if you could just continue, please.
Yeah, there's genuine concerns from communities about the scale of the impact of major transmission investment, as there are with any major infrastructure project. And we're in a very difficult operating environment where there is it's difficult to communicate and to engage within this environment. I think everyone's trying to do their best.
So when we're looking at the HumeLink project and we're looking at the way that the models have been presented to the community, we're looking at the way that the community feedback has or has not been adopted, and we're looking at the way that the proposal has changed in relation to that community feedback, do you believe that it has been acceptable to date that the community's views, the impacted landholders and community members for where HumeLink will be installed, has been taken into account when the assessment and reassessment of that project has occurred?
I think we're getting towards areas where, as I said in my introduction, we're the peak body, so we don't deal with particular projects and we don't know exactly what's going on the ground and the way the communications individually have been handled. So we're kind of departing from areas where I have expertise to give valuable evidence.
Okay, so in relation then to the work that's occurring at the moment around the further assessment on how it can be done better and the project that you've got in place to bring people together, what has driven that that need? Is it the acknowledgement that these sorts of projects haven't been well accepted previously?
I think it's an acknowledgement that there's a gap between expectations and ability to understand and engage in processes, a gap between where the businesses are at and the communities are at, and it's a difficult environment in which to have shared discussions and reach a shared understanding. And so it's a recognition we need to do things we need to do things in another way. We need to work together, and it's only through that collaborative type process that you're going to get there.
So as a peak body, will you require, once you have a process that this, I guess this planning work that's currently underway will formulate, will it be a requirement to your member organisations that they implement that when they're moving forward with projects?
Well, I think that's a matter for the Energy Charter itself. So the Energy Charter is another organisation that has its own members who are also our members as well. And I think that's all a matter to be worked through the project. So the governance of how that works going forward should form, I think, part of the conversation that happens within that sort of collaborative consultation as to what's the right governance for this going forward.
Okay.
Should it be mandatory? Should it be voluntary? What's the oversight?
Because I guess where you've got, say, Transgrid, who you've indicated is part of your organisation, if you are to mandate or to implement this program, you've got the Transgrid projects where it may come into play, but then Energy Co isn't a part of it. So potentially you're going to have...
let's distinguish between Energy Networks Australia and the Energy Charter, and Energy Co is not a member of ours. I think they may be a member of the Energy Charter. I'm not 100% sure. So let's clarify that.
So then it's more that the Energy Charter is the body that will implement any of these assessments that come out of the work. Is that effectively how it's structured?
Yeah, that's right. It's an Energy Charter project.
Okay. So what is the involvement that your organisation has then? Is it just feedback? Is it...
We're a part of the kind of collaborative group. We're also...
Because I think in your opening statement you said that you asked for the work to occur.
Yeah.
That you tasked...
It wasn't... well, if I said task, that's probably the wrong word. We asked very nicely. No, I think it was a shared understanding from our members that undergrounding is a difficult discussion to have with communities. And the Energy Charter were hearing the same thing from communities, from their members, and we reached a shared sort of understanding that we need to do something here. And so the Energy Charter decided to undertake a project.
And the time frame expected is mid-year?
Mid-year this year, yeah.
But these projects that are currently underway will be grandfathered?
That's a matter, I think, for the project as to how that works out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, just starting with you, why shouldn't energy companies pay for some of the costs of transmission, do you think? Like, at the moment it's going to consumers. Do you think energy companies would be open to potentially sharing some of the financial costs if it
By energy companies, do you mean
your members?
Our members, the transmission businesses?
Yes.
Well, in the customers ultimately will always pay for the service, the energy service that's provided. The aim is overall to make sure that energy is as affordable as possible, and customers pay for different parts of the supply chain in quite different ways. So the network component of the bill of what customers pay for is paid by the network component of the bill is the businesses invest, and then the bill is paid for over many, many years by customers because they're large critical infrastructure projects, and it flows through the bill through to the retailer, and so all customers pay for all parts of the supply chain.
Yes, they do. I could keep going on that, but I've in limited time. I want to turn to Iberdrola. So I note in your submission that you do talk about one aspect, which is the potential for bushfires and possibly extreme weather events to impact energy transmission infrastructure. And I want to just ask what in other countries, are we seeing more decisions being made that take into consideration the impacts of potential extreme weather events on energy transmission infrastructure? Is that happening in other countries, firstly? So, for example, should we build overhead or underground here or shift it over here because of the potential impact of something that could happen in 2025 in terms of extreme weather events? Is that happening? Are you aware of that?
I would say, there are clear technical specifications and processes when assessing routing and overhead lines and undergrounding. And sometimes those are industry-wide or company-specific. I will say, I can say that in recent times, the effects of climate change and the impacts of climate change are being considered, for changing and perhaps improving and future-proofing the specifications, right? But transmission is a long game, right? It takes time to implement these new additions to the specifications and best practice. I will say, in our experience, I cannot I cannot remind myself of any particular areas in which we have changed the design or the scoping of the routing based on extreme events. So we have certain specifications that have been shared for some time, and I think although they may be in current assessment, I don't think we have drastically changed all that in the last few years.
Does that, thank you. Mr. Adams, do you know whether that, from your experience, do you know whether that's happening as well, or is this outside your kind of knowledge area? Do you know whether the potential, let's call it climate proofing, future-proofing, climate-proofing our infrastructure, is that happening in the assessment of, for example, what are the best options in terms of this transmission infrastructure? Is it factored in? Because I'm not seeing that it is, and none of the companies that have come to either the previous inquiry or this one are really talking about it, which is extraordinary, considering that this infrastructure has to be in place in 2045, 2050. Heaven help us what we're going to see with extreme weather events in that time. Is it happening?
Yeah, I think the businesses are really alive to the fact that we are in a really evolving climate. There are more heat waves more often. There are stronger winds, and a lot of work is being done around the resilience of the grid at both the high voltage transmission level and the low voltage distribution level. And for specifics, I think you might be able to ask Transgrid, who are up later. Yes,
thank you. I do intend to do that. I do want to talk about the Energy Charter. So you've got the guidelines in place now. When I see that it was first started, was it a couple of years ago, the Energy Charter, which is a voluntary, is it a voluntary
it is
guidelines?
A voluntary, yeah.
Okay.
So there's the charter itself, and then there's the better practice social licence guidelines for transmission that I think came in mid last year.
Okay, and do you see there being a substantial change as a result of that Energy Charter once that was developed with the behaviour or engagement of your members with the community, for example? Like, are you seeing some tangible benefits as a result of having that in place?
In terms of what I've seen and what I've witnessed, and I draw you back to my earlier comment that I don't see and witness those discussions that our members have on the ground and the way that they engage on particular projects with communities and landholders. But what I have seen is a real increasing of the maturity of the discussion and the at that level of coordination between our members and in their collaboration with landholder groups and the likes.
Thank you. I wanted to also just check with the recent, whether the Iberdrola witnesses are aware of the recent, I'm sure you are, the recent rule change at the federal level that will now require community engagement from companies. You're aware of that. How will that change, do you think, your practice, the practice of other companies in terms of engaging with communities early? Is that a positive sign, and will we see tangible differences?
It is.
Yeah.
It is a positive sign, and is also consistent to what we see in other jurisdictions. This is an indication of evolution and a maturity of a regulatory framework, right? Definitely community engagement and stakeholder consultation needs to be brought up forward to timely deliver these projects, right? So this needs to happen at very early stages of any development in order to keep all the communities and key stakeholders in the loop in the routing kind of assessment, and the sooner the better, right? So right now our perception is that this is being brought up at the moment in which the project should be thinking about the delivery strategy, how this is going to be rolled out. So bringing that forward will allow people to have their say, and also create this environment of a maturity of discussion and arguments alongside the route assessment, right? So because it's not about company just imposing one route. I think nobody in this industry wants to impose anything to anybody, but bringing those discussions forward will allow people to bring new options and create that kind of comprehensive outcome.
Can I just, I'm jumping on 30 seconds, just get both of your views around what seems to be the way in which this, say HumeLink, for example, has been undertaken, which the community seem to just be told that there's no other option but overhead. We're just going to completely dismiss undergrounding anywhere, which I think has frustrated people, because it seems that in some ways it's an ideological as opposed to an evidence-based push. That's been my problem. I totally support renewable energy coming on as fast as we can make it, but I think a lot of the evidence seems to have been just, we need to discredit underground as much as we can, and we're going to throw all of the evidence onto this committee to do that, which raises people's suspicion. Can it be done better, and surely hybrid sometimes, undergrounding being okay in some of the areas, for example, high environmental impact or other things? Is there a case to be put that we should be saying to the community that yes, we will give more consideration in some circumstances to underground because we hear you, and in some cases it's beneficial? Do you think we should be doing that? I'll go to Iberdrola and maybe
this should, as you said to the previous question, this should be part of the early engagement of any transmission project, right? So this kind of option assessments should be brought to communities sooner rather than later. And I think part of the frustration, as you're saying, is due to the fact that, they feel that they are being rushed into taking these decisions, and the point of bringing all this upfront and creating best practice through industry bodies and consistency, not across New South Wales, but also consistency across Australia about the way we approach communities for this project, I think is necessary, right? And the frustration from our point of view is also reflective of the fact that this is new. We have been decades without building transmission, and companies have went from delivery companies to operation and maintenance companies, and now they are going back to delivery, and these practices need to be reviewed again, right? So it's understandable, and we understand it creates frustration, but it's part of the transition.
Mr. Allen, do you have anything to say to that?
Not much to add.
Yeah.
I support Ricardo's statement, but also that that genuine early engagement that is collaborative and listens to customer and community concerns is probably the way to go.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to questions from government members now. Ms. Saval.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you all for appearing today. I'll just start with a question to yourself, Mr. Adams. In your opening remarks, I think you said that electricity prices are embedded in everything we buy, and I just wondered if I could explore that a bit more. We've talked about, and we heard evidence about the increasing cost to bills associated with delays. I just wondered if I'd invite you to sort of expand more on that and how, you know, a delay could actually impact costs on other things, particularly in the context of the cost of living crisis that we are in.
Well, I think we saw it flow through with the most recent cost of living crisis that it started with it started with what was going on in Ukraine, and it started with gas shortages, and that pushed up wholesale prices in domestically here with our gas markets that are linked internationally, and that flows through to everything: the cost of steel, the cost of all sorts of goods and services. So it's not just your energy bill goes up; it's everything goes up.
So groceries would go up.
Yeah. So
Insurance
I mean,
would go
energy
up.
is one of the core planks of a whole economy. There's you need efficient kind of access to capital, efficient access to people and skills, and efficient access to energy, and it's one of the core planks upon which our whole economy is built. So it's really important to get it right for our competitiveness as a country, as a state.
No, thank you. I might turn now to Iberdrola, if I can, and I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about, you know, based on your experience sort of with renewable energy and transmission projects. What are some of the workforce constraints on undergrounding transmission lines, would you say?
Well, I think we mentioned in our submission the limitations. Well, the workforce specific issues of undergrounding. And I wouldn't say only on the construction side of things, but also on the design and procurement, right? For example, the cables that we use for undergrounding are going to be completely different and bespoke, right? So we currently see a very constrained supply chain for undergrounding cables, and HVDC cables are also used for undergrounding. There are just less than a handful of companies out there able to provide these solutions, right? So when we go and engage or try to design this, we really need to be offering a very good framework and project to these companies actually to get their engagement and be able to commit to the timescales and the cost and design constraints, right? So I will say, for example, when we talk about overhead lines, we always talk about linees, right? And the pool for linees worldwide is quite limited as well. When we engage contractors, we always ask about where they are getting their linees. Of course, having local linees is massively strategic and important, right? But for undergrounding, it's completely different set of experience and expertise. And I think for overhead line in Australia, we have a limitation on linees for overhead lines, right? For undergrounding, it's going to be even more so because I would say the limited experience on the country rolling out undergrounding, right? And not only going back to the point, it's not only about workforce and construction workforce, but also on procurement and suppliers, right? So it's something to consider when it comes to undergrounding and HVDC as well.
Yeah, so again, more variables that could factor into delays and costs and all of those things.
Exactly.
Thank you. What are the health and safety risks associated with the building of trenches and placing transmission lines underground?
Health and safety.
Well, it's important to say that when you underground the cables produce a lot of heat. Therefore, actually the transfer capacity of those cables will vary depending on the length and the layout of the cables, right? So when you underground the cables, you need to provide a specific set of materials on top of the cables to keep that heat or allow the heat to disperse, right? Therefore, it's not that when you're underground you can just put that terrain to use again once you finish the building. No, you need to protect that area to the extent of perhaps sometimes even making it sterile, for any other activities, for farming, even grazing, right? So that needs to be protected to ensure that that area is not exposed to changes on the environment, it's not exposed to stress of different activities on top of it, right? So I think, perhaps that's not directly related to health and safety, but it's a consideration for how these projects get immersed into communities and those particular areas. In regards to health and safety, I think even for some of the cases on the grounding, we need to provide fencing around the undergrounding routes, right, to ensure that nobody is exposed to not only the heat and the but also the electromagnetic fields, right, that these lines could produce, right? So it's project dependent and it's subject to the design, it's subject to the cost, right? But there are specific conditions that are completely different to overhead lines in regard to health and safety.
Yeah, and the environmental impacts of the undergrounding of lines?
Well, environmental impacts, yeah, definitely when you start digging up the trenches, you need to, set up a completely different set of, produce a completely different setup of reports and understanding of the geotechnical conditions and the environment on the area, right? The soil is important, so it's not that any area can be can be a host for undergrounding cables and routes. So again, it's a completely different set of approach. In fact, the routing, when we do routing, we always, because of the regulatory framework we operate, we always start with the principle of it's going to be overhead line, and then when it's constrained, we consider undergrounding. But underground is last resort based on costs, right? When we do that, when we do that undergrounding assessment, is likely that the route will change because of the soil conditions and the environment conditions, right? So it's not like for like, and that also will impact the overall project itself.
Can I just ask you to clarify that evidence? So
last question.
The default position is,
even though they've got a one.
The default position is overhead.
Default position, for example, I can share our routing. We have a routing specification for the UK that we use, which is based on the regulatory framework for the UK, and of course that is based on the last cost for consumer, right? The default position for designing a routing is always overhead, and that
is because over your experience of putting these transmission networks in, I've forgotten how many kilometres you said you did, inevitably overhead turns out to be the best cost benefit, but there may be situations where you have a bespoke solution for underground.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I mean, technically we do have 45 seconds left of your time. So,
Mr. Adam, your submission notes that undergrounding can cost between 4 and 20 times more than overhead. That's a big range. Do you have any comments to make about the reasons for that?
Well, I'm not an expert on the costs. It's just really a reflection of the literature. I'd point to the Curtin University and University of Queensland study that showed basically that range, and there's a whole bunch of local factors that go into that, whether that is topography, geology. It's really project specific as to why that range is so broad. That's the best of my understanding.
Thanks. Ms. Chair?
That's it. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for appearing today, providing your submissions and for giving evidence. The Secretariat will be in touch if we have any questions for you. The committee will now break and we will be back at 1:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Welcome to our back, I should say, and welcome to this session. Now, as I understand it, both witnesses have already been sworn in for this committee, and so we'll proceed either straight to questions, although you may have an opening statement.
We don't really have an opening statement. We thought you wanted to ask questions. So.
Okay. No opening statement?
Good, I've got plenty of questions.
All right. We will now go to questions from the opposition. Mr. Westbank.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Hayes, can you tell me about how the acquisition in Central West Arana is going?
The land acquisitions?
Yes.
We're progressing that. It's always a difficult process, and so we're progressing that at this stage. We're on target.
Okay. Are you aware that the Treasurer and the Minister for Energy were in Dunedoo on Tuesday?
Yes.
Yes. So you've spoken to both of them?
No.
No. Have they communicated anything to you at all about that meeting?
I haven't had a debrief from either of them about that. I've talked with their office a little.
Okay. Has the office provided you any insights into their meeting? What have you heard about the meeting other than they were there?
The feedback is similar to what we're hearing.
Which is?
It's a process that is difficult for everyone involved.
Okay. So, right. You're part of the Treasury cluster, is that correct?
Not any longer.
Not any longer. Okay.
As
So,
of 1 January, we're part of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, and Environment and Water.
right. So you've switched recently between the two clusters. Is
Yes.
that yes? But you were previously under the Treasurer's effective, cluster.
We reported to the Minister of Energy but we were part of the Treasury cluster.
Right. How many DPIE staff do you have seconded to your organisation?
DPIE ceased to exist 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So we have no DPIE staff seconded to us.
Okay. But they're still using those emails?
We have to use those emails, unfortunately.
Okay. So there's a number of, former DPIE staff that are still using DPIE emails that are
Including
working
myself.
for. Yes. Do you know how many people transitioned across or seconded or within the organisation that were?
So if the question is about who's using DPIE emails, at this stage it's a domain of convenience that the IT department uses. So any new starter at EnergyCo is allocated a DPIE email, notwithstanding that department ceased to exist 2 years ago.
Right.
So to answer your question would be very, very hard.
Yes. No. I'm trying to establish where the legacy is and where the existing is now, because I've been following some of the things and,
Clearly not.
No.
Order.
But the DPI email addresses are all still there as opposed to anything that's linked to EnergyCo. So
There has not. The only EnergyCo emails we've got are the ones that are used on our website.
yes.
We have people who are still on planning emails. We have people who are still on environment emails. So that's just a matter for the IT part of government. You're rapidly getting to the end of my limited knowledge on that.
No, that's fine. I appreciate the feedback. It helps, clarifies a little bit for me. So, in relation to the land negotiations that are occurring, did the Treasurer, when you were under the Treasury cluster, or now the Energy Minister that you're now part of the
Q.
Whatever, it's a very, very long name with a lot of E's. Have they said anything to you around the negotiations about how they wish that you would approach it?
The Treasurer has not discussed with the land acquisition program with us.
Has not at all?
No.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge. And just for the record, I should just correct the name of the department. It's the Department of Climate Change,
energy, environment and water.
Thank you. So, are you aware that the Treasurer, when he was in Dunedoo on Tuesday, indicated that, one, he believed that the Just Terms Act was not fit for purpose, and that he and the Energy Minister would like to get rid of it?
I don't know. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So they haven't indicated to you that those that act is not fit for purpose in relation to Central West Orana, in their belief, Central West Orana land acquisitions, and if they could, they would get rid of it. They didn't indicate that to you at all?
No.
Because that's the position they put to the people of Dunedoo on Tuesday.
I have no idea.
Okay. You've said the negotiations are ongoing and I think difficult, or the circumstances were difficult. Would that be a fair paraphrasing of your earlier evidence?
Look, we try to be very, very respectful. Part of that respect is acknowledging that these are difficult conversations.
Okay. Would you consider that in negotiating respect, that would mean that you would negotiate in good faith?
Negotiating in good faith, did you say?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Have you outsourced the negotiation process?
We use a number of parties to help us with that process. I have, over time, as resources become available, recruited a full-time property manager, but we do have a number of people who are engaged to help on the ground.
Okay. What sort of organisations do you have engaged?
Well, look, there's a number, but I didn't really come prepared for these conversations. I thought we were talking about undergrounding. Is
AVC one of those companies?
Chair, I'm going to take a point of order here. The line of questioning is outside the terms of reference for this inquiry. So I'd ask you to direct the member to come back to the terms of reference for the inquiry and to use questions along that line. It's not budget estimates yet.
I mean, we do have, there is any other related matter within our terms of reference, and you're being kind of generally relevant. I'm sure we'll get to the reasons why you're asking those questions. So I will allow the member to continue.
Thank you.
His line of questioning.
Is AVC engaged to negotiate?
AVC, one of our contractors, yes.
Yes, okay. Have you authorised any of those third parties that are assisting with the negotiation process of land acquisition for the transmission lines in Central West Orana to effectively hold over landholders' heads the threat of compulsory acquisition? Do you believe that that's negotiating in good faith?
We don't authorise threats at all. The reality is the process is underpinned by the terms of the Just Terms Act. So we are not allowed and we're not free to negotiate amounts that would not otherwise be payable under that Act, because that is the backstop.
So you're saying in effect that you can negotiate up to what the Just Terms Act would require you to pay under a compulsory acquisition, and that's it?
That's it.
I believe my colleague might have a different view of that. Ms. Carter?
Well, I mean, just with respect, if Mrs. Carter is going to ask a question, then please go ahead. But you're not asking a question of the member.
I wonder, do you have a view about whether the terms of the Just Terms Act are still fit for purpose, given the financial obligations that accrue from the compensation packages which are being discussed?
It's really, as an official, not my job to comment on the efficacy of that statute. That would be a government policy question.
And are you in a position as an official to advise government if they need to consider reworking that legislation?
Yes, that is something an official might do, but my advice to government is not the subject of this committee.
I'm going to table now a document, and I'll ask if the Secretariat could take this, and there's a copy for everybody. I've made 10 copies, so one for the Secretariat and other staff. Mr. Stuart Hackney has provided to me this document, and I'll table that under parliamentary privilege in this inquiry. It sets out the, I guess, ways in which the negotiation for his property is occurring from Energy Co. Are you aware of his circumstances, Mr. Hayes? Mr. Hay?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to be commenting on individual circumstances in this committee, especially when it's not part of what I was asked to come here to be answered.
Well, certainly this his property is being under threat of compulsory acquisition for transmission lines. So I would say that it's definitely within the terms of the...
Commenting on individual cases, I would not want to do that without being... that might be something that needs to go on camera or whatever it needs to be done, but I'm not sure that's appropriate.
And just at this point in time, I will remind witnesses that you are able to take questions on notice. It's a procedural fairness. If you aren't able to answer questions now, you're not compelled to answer the question, and you are able to take questions on notice if you need to, and get back to us.
Thank you, Chair. I think the bigger point I was making was that I just don't think questions about individual cases. We have to respect confidentiality. Landowners can say what they like to who they like, but we have obligations to not disclose their information unless we have their permission, which I don't have at this point.
Well, I'm happy if you want to get that permission, and perhaps you can provide some more clarity on notice. But certainly, my understanding is that in a meeting that was had yesterday with Aaron Davies from AVC. Now, it was effectively held over Mr. Hackney's head that unless he signs up to what's on the table, his land's going to be compulsorily acquired. Do you believe that that is negotiating in good faith with these landholders?
I'm afraid, Mr. Fang, I can't comment on that. I wasn't part of that meeting, and I don't think that's a question that's able to be answered at this point.
Would you...
I can take on notice details of that meeting.
Okay. Would you support any of the third parties that you've engaged with to negotiate on landholders' behalves to act in that way when negotiating settlements in relation to land acquisition for these projects?
We maintain that we act respectfully and fairly. We do explain the consequences of the law under which we operate and the basis that we operate and the basis upon which we're allowed to offer compensation. Many landowners do seek over and above that amount. In that case, our practice is to record what they ask, to explain that that's not part of what we're allowed to respond to, but that is recorded, so we make sure we're very clear and understand that, and that is part of the respectful process.
So the Treasurer and the Energy Minister, when they were in Dunedoo on Tuesday, indicated that they do not believe that the Just Terms Land Acquisition Act is fit for purpose in relation to this. They indicated that they would get rid of it if they could, and we've done a little bit of searching, and we believe that that could happen quite quickly. Is that going to be the recommendation that you would put to the Treasurer and the Energy Minister in order to have appropriate and adequate compensation paid to these landholders whose land you are effectively going to take?
Again, I can't comment on what may or may not be government policy.
You are, though, able to make recommendations to the government in relation to the matters with which you have carriage, and one of those is the acquisition of land in Central West Orana. Is that correct?
Mr. Fang, if I were to make those recommendations or be asked by government to make those recommendations, they would be cabinet in confidence. So again, I can't comment.
Okay. The commitment, though, from the Treasurer and the Energy Minister to the people of Dunedoo in particular was that they didn't believe that it was fit for purpose. Has that been communicated to you?
I've already answered that question.
No. In circumstances where you're not providing an adequate compensation for the loss of productive land and the loss of production on land during the time of construction, do you believe you have a social licence to continue with the acquisition if you're not going to provide adequate compensation?
We operate within the terms of the Just Terms Act, Mr. Fang. That's all I can say, and we do our best to interpret that in a way that is as favourable as possible to landowners.
Do you believe it is favourable to landholders?
I can't give you an opinion on that. I apply the law and we work with it, and we continue to work with it.
Because the Treasurer and the Energy Minister are saying something completely different to what you are now. They'll go out to Dunedoo and tell the people there one thing, but you'll operate on a different level. I'm not saying anything
different to the Treasurer and the Minister. I'm just saying my remit is to work within the law that this Parliament creates.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hay. I just wanted to turn to the new rule at the federal level. I don't know what was our hearing date. What was our first hearing date? Yes. So this came in, I think, potentially around then. But the new rule by the AEMC around enhancing community engagement in transmission building. You aware of that?
So I was just trying to.
Yeah,
follow
it's
the
distracting.
question.
Well, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's quite distracting, though, yeah.
The new rule, so that the AEMC had a draft rule. I think they've come back and it's now a rule around for companies like yours, organisations like yours, to it's called enhancing community engagement in transmission building. You're aware of that? That's a new rule in place?
I'm aware of it, yes. I should add that Energyco operates under the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act of New South Wales, not under the National Electricity Rules, but we would be seeking to align with the principles behind that rule, yes.
So you're aware of what the principles of that rule is?
Yes.
The principles are, I should say. And what are they? I mean, this isn't a test, but broadly, what does that rule require? Now I'm curious to know, just in terms of the potential changes for the need to engage earlier, more thoroughly and deeply, potentially, in terms of community engagement. Have you looked at that in detail?
Well, the rules would be fairly high level, but the principles behind the rule would be aligned with the principles in the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act around community acceptance. And so, principles such as early and transparent engagement, principles such as genuine consultation would be part of that.
And we're happy, Chair, to come back on notice to sort of reconcile how we apply them, but I'm confident there will be no gaps.
I think the question that I'm wanting, or the reassurance I think I'm really searching for here is to just get a sense as to whether there's this kind of gradual improvement, if you like, in terms of lessons learned and the way in which companies are engaging with the community. That was clearly the need last year for the federal minister requested that this be looked at by the AEMC, and then a rule was by November was in place. So I'm kind of wanting reassurance that that's at the federal level, but how were you changing your processes as you go to ensure that communities are more engaged and they feel more listened to? Is that something that Energyco is actively working on?
We do work very closely with the federal commissioner, the infrastructure commissioner, Andrew Dyer, who I think this committee has heard.
The
previous
iteration.
So I would talk to Andrew very regularly, and we'd compare best practice across jurisdictions and what we're doing. So we don't wait for rule changes to try and get the lessons learned.
Okay, so with the kind of, you don't wait for rule changes, but it's clear that there is a lot of community resistance with this. Do you accept that communities do want to hear that all options are genuinely being considered, that, for example, undergrounding isn't just dismissed out of hand, which is what the sentiment seems to be, and that demonstrating that you're genuinely considering whether in some circumstances for some parts of the network in regional New South Wales, sometimes undergrounding could be called for in terms of the overall cost, maybe in terms of the impacts, whether it's going through sensitive environmental areas. Is there ever, do you think, in your view, could it be justified, and possibly you need to be demonstrating a slight more willingness to the community that it could be considered? This is part of the big pushback, I think, is what seems to be this ideological opposition and just ruling it out of hand.
We don't have an ideological opposition to it. One of the things...
There's a perception.
Yeah, no, but I would stress that we don't. One of the things we made sure we did as part of setting up EnergyCo was to produce the network infrastructure strategy that Mr. Kingsmill has talked to you about and was the principal author of, which the objective was to put on the table what do these projects look like. One of the hardest parts of community engagement on infrastructure projects, whatever type of infrastructure it is in any given audience you'll have a group of people who think you've waited too long to talk to them, another group of people who think you're talking to them before you've made decisions and all they want to know is what you're going to do, and sometimes a group in the middle who are interested but sort of puzzled as to why you want them there. So, and once you engage, and when you do engage early, by definition you don't have the answers to every question because you're wanting that engagement to help inform those answers. So we do have this kind of paradox where some parties think that at that point we should have the answers to every question, but if we did, we wouldn't have engaged and we would have not been open to those things. So that's the philosophical point, and I've found that in every form of infrastructure I've ever been involved in. So what we look at is that engagement. We look at the solutions. We also, everything we recommend and every bit of infrastructure we recommend is paid for by electricity consumers. So it has to go through the test of under the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act, the consumer trustee, first of all, which is a totally independent from New South Wales government agency that has to decide whether the cost of what we're proposing is justifiable to consumers. And then it goes through the Australian Energy Regulator, which is a federal regulator, to actually agree the amount that consumers will be charged for that infrastructure. So everything we do, because it's all paid for by electricity consumers, has to be run through that reference. The Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act and its objectives specifically added in the words about fostering local community support, because it recognises that consumer licence, which is those who are paying for this infrastructure, isn't the same as local community support. And EnergyCo is very, very focused on that local community support, and that's our objective, one of our objectives that we have to meet. So the Act was a step forward, a big step forward from the national electricity market in requiring us to focus on those factors. Are we learning as we go? Absolutely. Are we trying to constantly improve? Absolutely.
Is EnergyCo part of a member of Energy Networks Australia?
No, we're not.
No. So they were speaking to us today about their best practice guidelines that the Energy Charter. So is EnergyCo part of any other peak body of organisations that has anything? Well, first question, are you?
So we're not a member of the Energy Networks Association or the Energy Charter. We do talk to both organisations regularly. I sit on a committee chaired by AEMO called the Executive Joint Planning Committee, where these issues and others in relation to forward planning of the power system are discussed. So we're certainly in the relevant conversations on the topic, despite not holding memberships.
As a matter of course, we're not generally members of peak bodies, so to speak.
Because you're aware of there's the Energy Charter, this evaluating transmission undergrounding and wanting to give more consideration and communication with communities around undergrounding, is reporting back, I understand, in May 2024. I believe that's good that that's happening. Is there anything of any similarity that EnergyCo is undertaking or a part of? Again, if you're not a part of the Energy Charter, is there anything that you're doing that you can refer to? Sorry, finish, yeah.
I was going to say my last conversation with the CEO of the Energy Charter was last week on this topic. So I think probably the best way to describe it is that we would aim to align. As Mr. Hay said, we aim to continuously improve and be in line with good industry practice. despite not holding a membership formally.
Do you think the way in which you've communicated to the community around overhead and undergrounding, and whether the benefits and costs of each, do you think that could be improved?
Look, I'd actually take the community's guidance on that. I think probably from some of the discussion here, the community feels that it could, in which case we take that on notice and seek to improve that. We certainly have communicated on the topic, but if there's room to improve, then we will.
And what about, do you see any realities in the next few years? So what's happened maybe in terms of some decisions that have already been made? I just want to look forward at this point. That it would be, can you see any feasibility in the next few years of having one of the larger transmission infrastructure projects roll out being a hybrid version, for example? Having some underground in some of the, whether highly sensitive in whatever way, to gain that community access or that social licence. My sense with talking to communities about this is that is kind of what needs to be demonstrated. And if it's not, the resistance is going to keep being strong. And I'm just keen to hear your views on that, whether there's any sentiment within the industry that could be a good idea.
I think it would need to be assessed on a case-by-case basis, and I think the panel's well across all of the different factors that would need to be considered in that decision. We're certainly happy to do that. I guess and I think this morning's witnesses provided some comments on some of the challenges of balancing those trade-offs, the relative importance of those trade-offs. I think as Mr. Hayes indicated, one of the things that we're very much conscious of in consulting with landowners is that different things are important to different landowners. And so we're certainly open to having those conversations. It then comes down to how you balance those factors and the differences in preferences between stakeholders along the corridor.
And I think there's also a conversation to be had with our regulators about that, because they tend to associate community licence with consumer licence, and they are overlapping but not the same concept. My experience, and I've done a lot of underground work and different infrastructure, I think the debate around undergrounding of high voltage transmission lines still hasn't really looked at, particularly from a biodiversity and environmental point, the nature of the impacts. They are at least as significant as overgrounding. The kind of disturbance and the impact on landowners is much greater. So you've got all these factors, and you think about impact on landowners. The impact on landowners of undergrounding of the construction process is enormous, and then the access for maintenance is significant. You've got these joining stations about every kilometre, maybe every 800 metres over those land, and those are surface structures, not insignificant surface structures on their land that need to be accessed, and you need to not have certain activity on top of those cables. So, in our submission we talked about the trench being well over 40 metres. The construction of that will be another 40 metres outside that, and every inch of the ground has got to be affected. The biodiversity and environmental impacts of that, I don't think have been fully appreciated or understood.
Thank you. I'll jump in one last question. So how are the impact of severe weather events on transmission infrastructure, not just now, but in 20, 30 years, how are they factored into your decision making now? How does that happen?
I'll let Andrew expand on that, but
thanks.
Absolutely, we have an advisory committee, and one of the things they charged us with in doing our evaluation was to think not just about today, but more and more extreme weather events and the effect of that on our infrastructure.
Yeah, we've looked at it largely in terms of the build standards that we specify for, in our case, transmission lines and substations. After the event in South Australia in 2016, where towers came down, and the event a few years ago in Victoria, not obviously the most recent one this week, we looked at as the whole industry did, the nature of the winds, the nature of the downbursts, the microbursts that cause those events. And we have adopted build standards that would withstand those events going forward. There's always a balance in terms of cost versus resilience. I know that in Queensland, when they design their transmission lines, they design them to cyclonic wind ratings where they're in that part of the state. So I think design standards are fairly key there, but I can assure the panel that we have taken that into account in our design standards.
Okay, my time's up. Questions from the government, Mrs. Emily Savard.
Thanks so much, Chair. Thank you to you both again for appearing today. I just wonder if you could clarify for the committee what Energy Co's role is and how this is different to a company like Transgrid or Ausgrid.
Okay. What was missing from when the last set of transmission lines were built, which Mr Buttigieg's we're very well aware of, was the ownership, the common ownership through the state. So Energy Co was seen there that when you're building generation, transmission and now storage, you need coordination. And so our role is we're not a profit-based organisation, we're there to look at the practical, on-the-ground coordination of investment in those three things, which is essential for this energy transition. And Section 63 of the Electricity Infrastructure Investment Act sets that out along with the objectives of the Act. So there was the need. These things don't happen unless they're coordinated. If you build transmission lines and don't have the generation coming on at the same time, you get the upward pressure on cost for consumers without the offsetting downward pressure of the new generation. So that coordination is vital. So that's the essence of what we saw. The electricity markets, the national electricity market, had for many years had a reform called COGATI, which stands for the Coordination of Generation Transmission Investment, but it was very economically driven. We've tried to bring that on the ground, and with the objective I've referred to before in the Act of working with the local communities and recognising they are not the same as the consumer interest.
And just on that, has the current government sought to provide more resources to Energy Co to enhance that community engagement piece?
Yes, but more resources across the board so that we have a longer, deeper engagement. We can employ more employees, we can work, and that takes time to bring in those people, to find the right people, and to compete for the right people, I'd also add. So it is a process that we're absolutely making great progress on, we're committed to, so that we have the right people in the right place, and we now have senior executives in place in the regions. We advertised for those roles pre-COVID. We didn't get any great response. I think it was partly understanding what our role was, from the market, the employment market. We're making great progress in that regard now.
Great. I just wonder now if I can turn to ask you to elaborate further on some of your previous comments around the environmental impacts, and perhaps Mr. Kingsmill, if you would. You mentioned joining structures and other aspects of trenching that was not insignificant. There seemed to be a belief, or at least an idea from some of the previous evidence and hearings that you might be able to crop or farm or graze animals on some of these underground transmission lines. So I just wonder if you could provide the committee with a clearer explanation of what we're actually looking at.
Absolutely. Look, there's a few probably angles to look at that, and I might start with an environmental angle, which is the biodiversity.
Yep.
So I think at the last hearing we spoke about for an overhead structure, the main ground disturbance is at the steel towers or pylons, and for an underground structure you'd actually need to clear and trench and have construction zones along the whole route of the cable without a break. In terms of biodiversity impacts, just in terms of land area affected, our sort of very high-level calculations is that for an overhead structure, assuming, and this is a best case, so I stress that this isn't a representative case, but it's sort of one end of the spectrum, a best case, would be about a third of the clearing and the interruption at ground level as for an underground cable. In practice, it will be somewhere between the two because it won't be feasible at every span to avoid clearing. In terms of the trenches and in terms of the construction, that's one that we've sort of still looked at. I know earlier in the day the panel talked about sort of clearing machines and so forth. As Mr. Hay mentioned before, even if that is feasible for the size and weight of the higher capacity cables that we're talking about for renewable energy zones, there is still a matter of jointing every 500 metres to a kilometre, which are large structures. And I think I used the example at the last hearing about the sort of the width and height and depth of sort of these tables at this end of the room. So that would still be my view there. In terms of reliability, I know there's been a diversity of views on repair times for cables. I think, look, there is a range, and certainly for smaller cables, I have no doubt that they would have a shorter repair time. So existing distribution companies in New South Wales, I have no doubt, depending on the fault, may be able to repair cables within a week. As I mentioned last time, in Australia, we are relying at the higher voltage levels, the higher capacity cables that we would be dealing with, on international labour, largely from the countries that manufacture the cables. So there's probably a month's lead time simply to get a slot in their programs. And then the time that it takes. A couple of examples. In 2019, the Basslink cable had a fault. It wasn't, that particular one wasn't undersea, it was actually on land. On a low voltage cable on the metallic return, that took a month to return to service. And we've seen similar with other cables such as DirectLink. A little over 10 years ago, DirectLink actually had a fire in one of its converter stations that took 3 years to address. So I think while the actual repair activities may be able to be done in a sort of a matter of weeks once the resources are there and on the ground and the work area is set up, I think the practicalities of mobilising, and certainly what we've experienced in practice, and I have an overseas sort of example as well of that, would be such that practically the repair times will be longer than just physically sort of cutting and splicing the cable. So.
Yeah, and tell me, what would the impact be of, so that you're using an example of, the Basslink or otherwise, what would be the implications if we had a similar situation but on a really high voltage transmission line that's, getting a lot of power from A to B, for example?
So it depends a bit where that cable is. In the case of Basslink in 2019, Tasmania and the mainland had sufficient energy supply reserves, so it wasn't an impact on the reliability of the grid. There may have been possibly a small economic impact in terms of not being able to dispatch the lowest cost electricity at some times, I don't know. But that particular one wasn't a reliability impact. I think in general, if it's connecting one or a small number of users such as generators, the impact would probably be minor, assuming there's sufficient supply elsewhere. If it's on the backbone of the network, the impact would be a lot major. And again, if we start to talk about worst case, it could mean what's called rotational load shedding in the industry, which is really code for rolling blackouts, which, and I don't say that to try and create fear, but just simply that if there's not enough supply that can get to the demand, then the market operator and the network service providers have no choice but to share the available electricity.
Can I ask something on some evidence that was given this morning with respect to, I think it was the academics from Monash. They made an assumption that whether it was underground or overhead, we could get there, and then they did their analysis on that, and they were saying that if you went down the underground path to drive that speed to reach our net zero interim and final targets, the cost would be north of 30% extra for underground. I want to know, do you have a view about whether or not it's actually possible to underground in that time, given the legislation we've just passed and the interim targets and the final targets we've got to meet?
The best advice I have today is that I don't think it would be possible. So in terms of the interim targets, I don't think it would be possible, certainly if you're talking a 2030 or an early 2030s time frame. In terms of the forward targets, sort of whether that's 2035, 2040, 2050, it may be possible at the additional cost. But the reasons why I say that are the increase in construction time, and I've described some of the activities that drive the increase, such as the jointing every 500 metres to a kilometre, simply the movement of the large cables and being able to put them in place in the ground. Bearing in mind also that a cable will generally transmit less than an overhead line, so we're talking multiple cables. So the scale of that, but also that at the moment the demand for all high voltage power equipment, including underground cables, is quite high worldwide. For cables, it's driven largely by demand at the moment for undersea cables for offshore wind, particularly in Europe and some other countries in Asia. And so there would be a lead time for the suppliers to be able to increase that capacity. It means building new factories, new facilities, etc. So that would be where the delays are, the new capacity and the extra construction activity.
And notwithstanding those limitations, and assuming we could get there and wanted to get there, what sort of dialogue has there been with the community on the cost implications of that flowing through to electricity bills?
So very little has been done in relating it to the cost of electricity bills. One of the questions on notice that we took last time was to provide an estimate of that cost, and that's in our response to the questions on notice, which you would have seen. And that's for an average New South Wales household that can range from hundreds of dollars extra per year to up to around $500 extra per year. That's looking just at the Energy Co projects, and that's assuming that we underground it all transmission infrastructure. So it's the Central West Arana Renewable Energy Zone, the New England Renewable Energy Zone, and the Hunter Transmission Project.
But there's been no socialisation of that in terms of as part of the consultation or the education with the community?
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Thanks. I just wonder if you could now tell us what the bushfire risk is associated with underground transmission lines.
Well, the bushfire risk associated with whether it's underground or overhead at transmission backbone voltages is very small. So our advice is that the risk of damage to an underground cable from a bushfire is pretty close to zero. Similarly, the risk of damage to an overhead 500 kV transmission line from a bushfire is close to zero. I think the other way to look at that is the potential for electricity lines to start bushfires. Again, I think as we noted in our original submission, we've never had a 500 kilovolt line start a bushfire in Australia, and the work that Energy Safe Victoria did with Andrew Dyer, I think, showed that it was very low and close to zero.
Tell us, what's the impact from the sort of the construction of undergrounding lines, particularly on local roads and communities, when you're looking at transporting,
Yeah, look, it probably depends on a few factors. There would definitely be more truck movements, and that would be truck movements in terms of, and I think last time I described and showed the size of the cable that we're talking about, so there would be more cable drums coming in because you fit shorter lengths on a cable. There would need to be construction facilities near each joint bay where the cable would be pulled from, so that means that every 500 metres to a kilometre there'd need to be a cleared pad where a truck with the cable drum on it could be parked, and then essentially the drum could be rolled off that. With overhead lines, you can fit sort of in the order of 5 kilometres or more of conductor because it's so much smaller. It's about 3 to 4 centimetres diameter onto a drum, and so there would be pads around each tower. But in terms of cable pulling pads where a truck with a drum of cable would be parked on it, that would be more in the several kilometre type basis. So definitely more truck movements, removal of some of the spoil from the excavation than with the overhead.
Right. And is there any other impacts on local agriculture or proximate land uses from underground transmission lines?
So during the construction, the landowner is going to be excluded from the entire alignment over their property because of the nature. You've got many, many moving parts going on, and the construction itself takes longer. There's lots of movement of spoil because what you dig out of the hole, it generally multiplies by a factor of 2. So even if you can reuse it, it doesn't all go back in, but you will have to bring in other materials and insulating type materials. So again, the truck movements are there. You've got to find places to put the spoil. And that in itself has environmental impacts.
Okay, thank you for appearing again and coming here today. Really appreciate it. That's the end of our session
See
with
you again next
you.
week.
Yeah, very familiar with the corridors of this building at the moment. So thank you. We'll call out next witnesses. If we have any questions for you, the committee secretary will be in touch in relation to questions taken on notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, panel.
Okay, we'll get straight into it. So thank you. We'll now get you sworn in before we kick things off. So if you could state your name and position title, please, and either an oath or an affirmation.
My name is Junaid Hollis. I'm the Group Executive of Customer Assets and Digital at Ausgrid, and I will take an affirmation.
Mm-hmm. Have you got the words in front of you there?
I do. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Great, thank you so much. Now, do you have a short opening statement for the committee you'd like to give?
If I may, yes.
Great, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to attend today. I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal lands of the Eora Nation that we are meeting on today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. I've been at Ausgrid for the last 7 years, and for the 15 years before that, I have been working with utilities across the globe on issues spanning customer service, asset management, planning and economic regulation. My qualifications include a Bachelor of Engineering from the University of Sydney. For what it's worth, I grew up near the Snowy Hydro scheme in southern New South Wales. The associated overhead electricity infrastructure was literally and figuratively in my backyard. I understand the day-to-day realities of living with overhead transmission lines. At Ausgrid, we operate the largest electricity distribution network on Australia's east coast. We provide power to 4 million people across Greater Sydney, the Central Coast and the Hunter Valley. Our network comprises almost 50,000 kilometres of overhead and underground lines, spanning all voltages from 132 kilovolts down to the 230 volt lines that connect the typical residential home. Importantly, this network includes almost 4,000 kilometres of transmission lines. This includes 1,000 kilometres of underground transmission lines. This makes Ausgrid the biggest owner and operator of underground transmission assets in Australia. In fact, Ausgrid's roughly 500 kilometre long 132 kV network of underground transmission network assets represents approximately 43% of all of the underground transmission in Australia. Over the last 15 years, Ausgrid has constructed approximately 250 kilometres of transmission and sub-transmission lines, 150 kilometres of which were underground, the remaining 100 overhead. This is across 83 different projects. We take our responsibility to provide safe, affordable and reliable electricity supply very seriously. And we place a very high priority on community engagement, particularly around these construction projects. We work in good faith to communicate openly and clearly to ensure people are informed about our activities and our decisions, and wherever possible involve the community in the decisions that affect them. Our experience in delivering transmission projects has helped us to develop a close understanding of the most common issues likely to be of interest or concern to the community. But we're also aware that every project is unique and has aspects that need to be considered and addressed on a case-by-case basis. The decision on whether a transmission project should be built underground or overhead will depend, as I'm sure you've heard, on a range of factors, including, but certainly not limited to, its technical feasibility, community impact, community feedback, environmental consideration, and costs. Our first-hand experience is that communities voice concerns about both underground and overhead construction, which means that even when there are genuine options to build a particular line overhead or underground, once the full range of factors are understood by the community, there may not always be a clear community consensus on the approach that should be taken. As was shared in our submission, our recent experience shows that underground construction is, on average, and I stress average, 5 to 6 times higher in cost than overhead construction. Even when factoring in whole-of-life costs, such ongoing maintenance and vegetation management and the like, this cost differential between the two technology types does not materially shift. Costs aside, underground construction is generally more disruptive to the community and the environment. This is due to the extensive excavations required to install, augment, repair, and eventually replace cables. But once in operation, underground cables do benefit from somewhat narrower easements, lower exposure to climate events, and improved aesthetics. Overhead lines, on the other hand, are more exposed to climate risks, require wider easements, though these are typically less restrictive for agricultural purposes, but are significantly faster and easier to build, maintain, and repair. Overhead designs also have the distinct benefit of being able to span over or otherwise avoid challenging or sensitive areas, such as valleys, wetlands, or areas protected for their Aboriginal heritage or biodiversity status. This is something that underground solutions typically cannot do. The Ausgrid submission provides a cross-section of recent projects demonstrating the variability of costs between overhead and underground lines, and some of the considerations involved, which I'd be happy to discuss in further detail.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll go to questions from the opposition, Mr. Westbank.
Thank you very much for coming in today to provide some evidence. Just in relation to your opening statement, you obviously talked about the experience that you've had, or your organisation has had, in relation to the underground power lines, and you said it was somewhere between 5 and 6 times the cost of overhead. Would that be fair? And you've found that it's consistent across the cost of the life of the project?
It's a fair representation across an average of our recent historical projects. Across the life of the project, you mean across the whole life of the asset?
Yes.
Over,
So
say, 50 years?
I think you said it was 5 to 6 times the cost to build, but then also when you factor in the maintenance and also, but the positives plus the negatives, it was still around 5 to 6 times.
Correct. So to put that in context, the whole of life maintenance cost for an overhead line, which is slightly higher than the whole of life cost for underground, is in the region of 25% of the overall cost, including the upfront build. So it would take the 5 or 6 to a 4 to 5 at best.
Okay. Is that for HVAC or HVDC?
So Ausgrid doesn't operate any HVDC assets.
Right.
So it would be similar, but I can't confirm.
So in relation to the cables that are used in underground HVAC, they are significantly larger, is that correct?
Than the overhead equivalent?
Yes.
Yes. So
that's for heat dissipation, isn't it?
For a number of factors, one of which is heat. So the stats that I provided, the 5 to 6, so we typically build underground transmission at a lower capacity than overhead, because higher capacity is much more difficult to achieve underground. You've probably heard other evidence on that front.
Is that the case though for HVDC?
HVDC does get easier to get higher capacity underground.
Right.
That is true.
So the costings that you've provided us are in relation to HVAC undergrounding as opposed to HVDC, which is historically, from overseas experience anyway, a lot less costly when you're looking at large distances. Would that be a reasonable assumption?
The numbers we provided have been AC versus AC, just for clarity. Yes, my understanding is HVDC does get more economically beneficial relative to AC as the distances get higher, typically. Underground construction will probably encounter much more variable cost drivers over wherever it's built. If it's built in a very accommodating flat soily ground, that will be a very different picture to if it was built over rocky mountainous ground, for instance.
Now, I put a question to the people from Monash University earlier that effectively was along the lines of if you're going from point A to point B and that's a long distance, where it's required to be a underground cable, that can be achieved with HVDC, but the reason we don't switch from HVDC to HVAC is because of obviously the converter stations and the cost in converting from AC to DC. I think it's around $500 million for each station, give or take. So the question that I had is that if we're looking at a project like a RES and connecting it to a major metropolitan area, and we've got a large distance span, and part of undergrounding is the issue, the cost of undergrounding and the difficulty in undergrounding, why can't we have HVDC run from location A to location B without the ability to connect in, and underground where required and where it's feasible, and for places that it's not feasible, we can go overhead with the HVDC. That seems to me to be a hybrid solution that's the best of both worlds. The only thing it doesn't do is allow to tap in without the construction of a converter station. Is that a feasible option in your experience? And do you think that we would have the expertise in this country to do that?
It's a very interesting proposition. And I will preface this with I'm not an expert in HVDC solutions.
None of us are either, but I'd tell you what, we're getting much better at it as long as this goes on.
I will share my opinion on the question. It's plausible it could be feasible. One of the constraints you get with HVDC solutions, as you described traditionally, is they need to have very stable and secure grids on either side. They tend to be quite disruptive in terms of the harmonic distortions that they can put into the grids that they're connected to on either end. That's why you've traditionally tended to see them installed between, say, states or zones, as they are, as you see, Basslink, Murraylink, etc., and where they exist overseas, typically between big grids.
Yep.
Modern HVDC technology is slowly starting to overcome some of those barriers.
Mm-hmm.
So your VCC converter technology, which has been available for the last 10 years or so, does give you somewhat more ability to plug into grids that aren't quite as robust, let's say. Are they at a technology point yet that would enable the scenario that you described, connecting a RES to a major load centre? I do not know. It is worth investigating, but it's not completely out of the question.
Okay. So we could.
The second part of your question was about skills in this country, and I would suggest that no, if you're going into those sort of very cutting edge HVDC technologies required to get the sort of scenario you described, the skills available in this country would be incredibly limited.
Have we ever let that stop us before?
We've certainly let it slow us down.
Right. In relation to, I guess, keeping the line as an AC line, part of the, I guess, logic in that is that, one, obviously with overhead, it's adapts into the system easily, moves the power around where we need it to be, but you can also more easily, I guess, tap in and tap out along that route. But what we've seen in rural regional areas, and I'm from Wagga, so I'm quite familiar with HumeLink, but also quite familiar with a number of pop-up renewable energy projects that are proposed in and around those areas where a transmission line exists and they can easily tap into it, which are outside of RES. So there's obviously also the concern around prime agricultural land being overtaken by renewable energy projects and the loss of the ability to feed ourselves and clothe ourselves. If we were to put a HVDC line in where it makes it much harder to, I guess, have these pop-up renewable energy zones along the route, what would you see as the negatives in relation to the actual transmission of that power? Is it going to be the case that the DC line feeding into the metropolitan area is going to be stable with the generation that's coming out of the res? Is it going to be the case that we're going to have to move more power around if we can't tap in and out? From a network perspective, what would that mean?
The scenario you're describing is not something I'm very close to.
Okay.
So it's probably best that I don't attempt to answer that. From a market perspective, I imagine it would limit your access to the most economically viable generation sites somewhat. From a power systems engineering perspective, difficult for me to comment. Might be a good question for Transgrid.
Okay. I'm just trying to drill down effectively. Does it remove the option of feeding in and out at later dates? Or is it feasible to consider construction of a converter station where a pop-up or another line is required later? From a networking perspective, does that create issues that you can see?
Not sure about DC, but even just comparing AC overhead to AC underground, that would create much greater difficulties trying to cut in at a later date and augment additional connections along the way. Overhead, very adaptable, very cheap to cut in, as it's described. Mm-hmm. The on-ground substation infrastructure required to do that later cut-in is relatively simple to build. The underground equivalent is always significantly more complicated, both from a power systems engineering point of view and just a physical equipment cost point of view. DC would have, converter issues again, so that adds almost an order of magnitude cost difference there.
Okay. My final question is you spoke about growing up around the Snowy Hydro project, and obviously the overhead power lines that were installed as part of that project, as you said, are quite prominent and crisscross the landscape. Is it the case, though, that technology really hasn't advanced that much in the time when Snowy Hydro was built to now, that we're effectively using the same transmission infrastructure, the same transmission projects, and we're still scarring the countryside with these towers? Have we not been able to improve the technology at all in the 50, 60 odd years or more since those lines went in?
They do still look fairly similar on face value, and the fundamental technology for AC transmission has not really stepped forward. There are obviously a lot of evolution that's gone on under the covers. If you look at an airliner from the 1970s to one built today, they look pretty much the same on the outside. On the inside, they're quite different. It's not too dissimilar in electricity transmission, all the way from the circuit breakers, the protection, the strength, and what we know about the resilience of the towers, the different technologies applied within the cables. All of those have evolved quite some way, but it is fair to say that the fundamental technology hasn't changed, with the exception of HVDC having some showing signs that it may be more adaptable than it used to 20, 30 years ago. But I stress that that is not well demonstrated at a global scale yet. There's only a handful of places where they're starting to explore some of the applications that we're discussing there.
Thank you. Mr. Hollis, I just thought I'd start with I've asked a few witnesses this today, but what seems to be I don't know if it's the most recent rule change, but a recent rule change in terms of national electricity rules. The enhancing community engagement in transmission building came into effect, I think, 5th of December last year is when it has come into effect. How will that change the way, Ausgrid goes about its business in terms of engaging the community? You're aware of the detail, I assume, of that change?
I am aware of the change. I am not closely across the detail. I must apologise. My understanding of it at a high level is that it will be broadly consistent with our existing community engagement protocols. We publish our community engagement protocols. We take a very rigorous approach to that. I've been involved in some of those personally with our climate resilience program in the Central Coast and Port Stephens. It is something we take great pride in and consider ourselves one of the best in the industry. So I would hope, I do need to acquaint myself better with the detail of that rule change, but I would hope it would not be too far away from what we already do.
Okay, thank you. And so in relation to the engagement, therefore, if you do already do it, it would be that you're engaging the community very early, like right at the beginning, if not almost before the beginning of the process, with very clear, accessible information. But I wanted to just explore what you do in terms of options for consideration for the community. I think that has been part of the reason why there's been such pushback, because it appears as though the community hasn't really been given any say in options. They've been given the option of overhead and that's it. And that has, I think, got a lot of communities' backs up. How does Ausgrid go about ensuring that they're genuinely offering, engaging with the community on the options, the costs and benefits of overhead versus underground in particular areas?
Perhaps best if I refer to a handful of examples.
Great.
There's one recent, I think they're all in our submission, but one recent, very recent one, which is a current overhead line, a current underground line in Belrose, which we have been consulting with the community on for a number of months now, long before any construction started, about that becoming an overhead line. So converting an existing underground line to overhead. The cost difference in that particular instance was a $5 million job for the overhead versus $10 million for underground. It's a short strip, sort of in the fringe of a Sydney suburb that goes into some bushland. There was community consultation on that, and that ranged from sort of door knocks, letterbox drops, multiple sessions held with community members, both online and in person. That is now progressed to the point where we think we've got community consensus that the overhead option is appropriate and acceptable. Both overhead and underground had their downsides in that particular instance. So that was one where we had a genuine option to do either. From a technical standpoint, we could have gone underground or overhead in that instance. And through the consultation, we determined that, and also from a cost point of view, the underground option was not completely off the table. But through the consultation process, we came to a view with the community that the overhead would be the best balance. Another example is the project we did in Womberl some years ago, which I think had 2 or 3 years of consultation prior to construction beginning. We proposed initially a very short span of underground with about 15 kilometres of overhead. Through that consultation, we adapted our design. There was pushback against the overhead in some portions of that particular build, and while there were technical feasibility issues which blocked us going underground the whole way, as well as cost would have been quite prohibitive, there was a hybrid solution where we could extend the part of that project that was underground and leave the rest overhead. I think it ended up being 4 kilometres underground, the remainder overhead. So that was an example where through that quite prolonged engagement process, we changed the design from overhead to underground. More often than not, when we're in a situation where we're doing longer, or we're proposing rather, longer overhead transmission lines, more often than not that the underground option rather, or alternative, is either technically infeasible, economically unachievable, or both. And then the consultation is really about how do we pick the path that minimises the impact at a micro local level. We're talking individual farms and individual properties. I've seen overhead line designs that scoot around individual pools in backyards to make sure that we can maintain safety for those particular individuals. So one of the advantages in overhead line design is you can be quite adaptable in your route choice within reason, and you can, without enormous cost implications, quite often minimise the impact on individual stakeholders along the route. And that's more often than not where our consultation takes us for those type of construction.
With the ones that you've kind of got here and talked about here, have any of them been kind of quite hugely controversial in terms of having community action groups resisting? That has it been gotten to the point that what we're seeing in certain parts of New South Wales now?
Probably not to that scale. One of the more controversial ones we had, sorry, I can't find it immediately, but was the, I think it was, here we go, Empire Bay 66 kV within our submission. The controversy in that case was really around EMF, electromagnetic frequency. It ended up with a quite significant petition going to New South Wales Government. And we worked through that process with the community. We have some very highly qualified specialists in that field in Ausgrid. We have very detailed standards and policies around managing electromagnetic frequency issues in the community. And we made some adjustments to our design to make sure that those issues that the community had flagged were appropriately mitigated, and made sure that that was appropriately communicated to the community, which is no small challenge. That was probably the worst we've experienced, so not quite to the degree we're probably seeing in the res space right now.
I mean, it does seem that the Ausgrid, the way in which you go about your community consultation and talking to people about the pros and cons of overhead and underground, isn't the kind of my way or the highway, which is overhead or nothing, that we potentially have seen from some of the other companies, to be honest, because even here today there's this mixture of underground and overhead, and yes, it's not hundreds of kilometres in the region, but that does matter. Do you think, in terms of getting initial community buy-in, that you're genuinely engaging with them, you're not ruling undergrounding out, and you haven't come here today. I think the facts are on the table in terms of undergrounding being better in some parts. You acknowledge that in terms of extreme weather events. That's been hard to get from some companies, won't even acknowledge that, which I do find extraordinary. So that's a statement, but do you have any comment in that regard to why it does seem as though you have brought the community with you most of the way, and you do seem as though you're listening to their concerns and responding as best you can?
So, as I said, we do take our community engagement responsibilities very seriously. It's very much front and centre, and we try everything in our power to be as transparent as we can be, and that's part of our sort of operating procedure and our role in the community. That said, we probably have an advantage to some of the other, relative to some of the other people you'd be talking to here, in that we are typically building shorter transmission lines closer to urban centres. The likelihood of us encountering scenarios where underground versus overhead is a genuine, technically feasible option is probably more prominent for us and the type of area that we operate than for others. So if you were talking about a line that was going to traverse the Great Dividing Range, you would more than likely quite quickly encounter sufficient technical barriers that would make it infeasible. So it's a benefit of geography for us to some extent.
Yes, thank you. I could go on. I just wanted to get this one last question maybe. How do you factor in the increasing likelihood of extreme weather events into the decisions that you make, whether it's undergrounding or overhead? And in terms of climate risk scenarios, does Ausgrid have, this is what we're expecting in 2020? Was it 2020? No, that'd be 2030, 2040, 2050.
We do. So last year we commissioned, I think, the industry's first granular climate risk forecast for our network. This was part of and accompanied our regulatory submission for the next 5 years.
And could I ask that you provide that to the committee is that we able to see that?
It's published on the AR's website.
But if you, we'll get it from you. Yes.
We will send that.
Thank you.
So that was a very granular study that took the climate science, or the best of the climate science that you can access, most notably for windstorm risks, which in our particular part of the world that we operate, windstorm risks are probably the biggest part of the risk profile for our network. Other components that were considered were floods, bushfires, heavy precipitation, and heat waves. So that was forecast out from 2050 and out to 2090. We really only adapted or used what was forecast out to 2050, as it starts to become fairly uncertain beyond that. And boiling it down, it effectively says that while weather or climate patterns year on year have been and will continue to be quite volatile, the overall trend, both historically and forecast out to 2050, is for it to be deteriorating at a rate of approximately 1% per annum.
What do you mean by deteriorating?
So the frequency of climate events that are likely or have the capacity to damage network infrastructure is increasing at approximately 1% per annum. Doesn't sound like much, but over 20, 30 years it starts to build up. So our proposal that just went into the AER for our funding for the following 5 years included a proposed allowance to start adapting to that increasing climate risk, and which included a wide range of initiatives, both working with the community to make them more resilient, but also looking at the network and how we make the network more resilient.
Just one last, can I just check, does undergrounding, and this is like key to what my thinking on this, does undergrounding factor into that at all anywhere, that maybe this part of the network could be more resilient underground?
Absolutely. So undergrounding was a key tool in that toolkit or that proposal. I don't have the exact numbers to hand. It will be in the material we share, but we are proposing to underground small parts of our 11 kV distribution network as part of that program.
Okay, thanks so much. Questions from the government?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hollis, for making the time to appear today. In your opening remarks, you mentioned the 4,000 kilometres, I think it was, of transmission infrastructure that you look after, of which there's 1,000 underground. Have I got that right?
That's right. It's transmission and sub-transmission, so 33 kV up to 132 kV.
Okay, so up to 132 kV. So the most that you've got underground is a 132 kilovolt transmission line. So that's streets away from what we're looking at here, which is the high voltage 500 kV transmission infrastructure, which is what this inquiry's sort of been focusing on.
So if it's looking at the renewable energy zones, it's completely credible that some of the renewable energy zones could be built at 132 kV.
Okay, thank you. In terms of underground transmission infrastructure, if I can just continue along with this, it's typically located in the CBD and other dense metro areas. If you could just explain to the committee why that is the case.
Sorry, underground transmission?
Yes.
Yes, so I would guess that roughly 90% of our underground transmission would be in suburban areas or city areas. Yep. Probably only 25% of our overhead transmission is in city or suburban environments. Why is that the case? So when you are trying to build a transmission line in an existing built-up high density building population area like a city, there's a number of factors that come into play that can quite quickly rule out overhead construction. They include, probably not limited to, can you maintain safe electrical clearances from the lines if you're overhead to buildings or building envelopes or plans, say the New South Wales government's plans for housing. Are they going to be compatible with overhead lines? That'll be one consideration. Another one is just physical space. If you don't already have an easement or access way or free land, are you going to be able to get... You're typically driven onto the verge of the road to build your towers or pylons. These towers or pylons for transmission lines, as you can probably imagine, are quite sizable, and that is more, as often as not, incompatible with not blocking roads and footpaths and so on. So straight away you end up with just these physical constraints that take overhead lines off the table. There are a number of other issues, just noise. Can you get the overhead lines create noise emissions? Can you get them far enough away from residential dwellings in an urban environment? Quite often not. Airspace considerations. City airspaces are more highly contested and congested and controlled. Are you able to put these overhead lines up there? Quite often not. The list goes on. There's probably half a dozen reasons which quite quickly, not always, I stress that, we have just built a line in Macquarie Park, northwestern Sydney, 132 kV overhead line in an urban centre. As we found a reasonable route, we could get the easements, and the overhead line was going to give us best bang for buck, best capacity, best ability to augment later, and that was done in an urban environment. More often than not, though, you end up with those other barriers, effectively forcing you underground and into the roadway.
So could just a quick follow-up on that. So the obvious concomitant conclusion is that if you're in a rural area where land's abundant, it's easy to get easements, you don't have all those constraints in the congested city areas, then overhead comes into its own.
Tell that to the farmers.
Land's
easy to come by.
That's right. Your ability to navigate all of those sorts of issues, the urban issues that I just mentioned, diminishes rapidly in a rural environment or a regional environment, and you start encountering a new set of issues: wetlands, Aboriginal heritage, acid sulfate soils. There are a number of notably environmental barriers, biodiversity areas, other protected areas, which can quite quickly, if not just increase cost, but can rule out from a technical feasibility point of view your underground option quite quickly.
So I just wonder if I could get you to expand more on that, about the environmental impacts of undergrounding lines.
Yeah, so two aspects to that, the construction period and then the ongoing period of operation. I imagine you've heard a bit about the construction period and the environmental impacts of that, so I'll do that second. In terms of when it's in operation. So if you are building underground lines that are AC, of an equivalent capacity to the overhead line options, you have to build a lot of cables. Typically about 2 to 3 times the number of cables have to go underground in order to meet the equivalent capacity you can get from one cable overhead. So that starts to increase your easement period. You've probably heard about this. As I think was mentioned in the last discussion, a lot of what goes back in the trench after it's filled is something called TSB, or thermally stabilised. I can't remember the rest, but anyway, it's effectively just a cement slurry.
Cement slurry, okay.
This allows the thermal issues to be dealt with on the AC cables in particular, which can be quite an issue. That's not very good for agricultural uses afterwards. It tends to screw up the drainage, and it also tends to limit any root structures that can go down. Notwithstanding that, any plants with any material root structures aren't allowed to be grown on an easement that has underground cables in them. So trees are ruled out. Anything that resembles a large shrub is quite often ruled out. You're typically restricted to grasses. So grazing is applicable. Very few other agricultural uses are really credible once an underground line is there. From the construction point of view, the environmental impacts are quite significantly worse than overhead.
Significantly worse than overhead.
That's our experience.
Yep.
Just getting rid of the spoil can be very challenging environmentally, particularly if you're encountering things like acid sulfate soils, which you do.
And tell me, why is that?
Well, I probably have to take that one on notice, and we can submit some of the issues around acid sulfate soils. But there's the as I think was mentioned in the previous discussion, the interruption on agricultural uses during construction is quite significant, and even post-construction, you can't build any dwellings on an underground easement, the same as you can't build dwellings or dwellings of any significant size under an overhead.
Can I ask, given Ausgrid's experience, and obviously Ausgrid is predominantly an urban-centred distributor, so you're naturally going to get the majority of your sort of network in those dense areas.
You might want to speak more into the microphone.
Do you mind if I speak?
Yeah, but it is true.
Yeah.
Speak. Okay.
So I want to ask you, in the limited set of circumstances where you do have rural areas that you cover, or semi-rural areas, because of those factors you outlined before, would I be correct in saying that almost without exception you just put them overhead? So on the outskirts of Sydney, for example, in new growth areas, you'd go overhead normally, wouldn't you? Because you've got the land, you've got the easements,
Not by default. As I said, over the last 15 years, I think roughly 65 to 70% of our transmission construction has been underground. The remaining 30-35% overhead.
I guess I was interested in the proportion of that, how those ratios work out when you just limit your area to the rural areas that Ausgrid covers, which would be fairly limited, I would have thought. Right?
Yeah, that's right. We do have. It depends what you define as rural, but as I said, we've had examples where we have taken underground. We have used underground construction in a rural context.
He calls Penrith rural, so.
Order. Continue.
But you're right. The ratio would be skewed towards overhead. It's almost indefinitely, from our experience, going to provide a more cost-effective solution, and more often than not, it will provide a technically feasible solution where underground, which can't avoid some of those environmental hotspots along the route, cannot just technically can't be done. So your assertion's correct. Typically, we'd be overhead in a rural or regional context.
Thanks.
Can I ask you, Mr. Hollis, what are the impacts on Aboriginal cultural heritage of underground lines?
Difficult to manage. They're considerable and difficult to manage. Now, we have processes in place to manage those impacts. Simply put, when you encounter Aboriginal heritage artefacts in the soil where you're working, whether you're putting a pole or a tower or a cable in the ground, if you are going through land that's going to disturb a midden or something of that nature, you work with the local Aboriginal community to make sure that any archaeological artefacts are recovered and appropriately managed there, in the way that is suitable to their wants and needs. So the other alternative is, if you identify an area of architectural heritage, Aboriginal heritage like that, you can try and avoid it and go around it, in simple terms. That's it is reasonably easy to achieve that when you are putting poles and wires or towers and wires, because you have the ability to move by hundreds of metres in any direction where a pole is, more often than not. With a cable, you are generally quite fixed on the course that you take. And we've got a proposal for a circa 100 kilometre transmission line at the moment. Over the course of that particular line, I think we're looking at in the region of 100 to 150 different Aboriginal heritage sites that need to be assessed, accommodated, avoided, or managed. So that's the kind of scale we're talking about. If you're doing that with an underground line, you are invariably going to be going straight through the middle of them. Not unmanageable, but it will certainly slow the process down enormously and drive up costs.
Thank you, Mr. Hollis.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your evidence. It was extremely valuable. The committee will get in touch with you regarding anything you've taken on notice and with any supplementary questions should members have them. Thanks again, and we'll now have a short break. We'll be back at 3:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To kick off again. Great, excellent. Welcome to what is the last session of the final hearing of this inquiry. We'll begin by swearing you both in. If we could start with you, please, Mr. Roberts. Name, position, title, and either an oath or an affirmation, please.
Jeremy Roberts, Project Director for HumeLink from Transgrid. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Jordan.
Hi, I'm Marie Jordan. I'm the Executive General Manager of Network at Transgrid. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Now, do you have a short opening statement to make?
I do.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the invitation to appear at the inquiry today. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet this afternoon, as well as the traditional owners of the land where Transgrid's assets are situated. I pay my respects to their elders past and present. For the Legislative Council members that were not on the previous inquiry, my name is Marie Jordan, and I am the Executive General Manager for Network at Transgrid, which gives me the responsibility for network operations, reliability, and system security at Transgrid. I've worked extensively in the energy sector for more than 40 years, primarily in North America. This includes executive roles at Pacific Gas and Electric Company, National Grid, and I also acted as CEO of Peak Reliability, and also as a transmission consultant to the California Public Utilities Commission. As CEO at Peak Reliability, my remit included operational oversight of the transmission system for 14 western states in the U.S., as well as British Columbia and Baja California and Mexico. I'm appearing with Jeremy today, who is the Project Director of HumeLink. At Transgrid, we support the Australian and New South Wales government's climate strategy to cut domestic carbon emissions to net zero by 2050, and the Commonwealth's target that 82% of our energy from the grid by 2030 will come from renewable energy sources. This timely transition to renewable energy and exiting from fossil fuels are critical to meet these targets and reduce carbon emissions. A modern transmission network is required for a decarbonized future. We need increased capacity, increased generation, and increased interconnection between the states to be able to share energy. The Australian Energy Market Operator, their 2024 Draft Integrated System Plan, released in December of 2023, confirms the urgent investment that is needed in renewable energy generation, transmission, and storage to continue to deliver secure, reliable energy. It is forecasted that households and businesses' electricity consumption from the grid will nearly double by 2050. As you are all aware, coal is expected to retire faster, with all coal generating stations in New South Wales, except for Mount Piper, to be retired by 2033, because they are at the end of their useful lives. We need to ensure transmission lines are built to connect renewable energy projects to the grid to get cheap, clean electricity from generation sources where it is most needed, as these power plants leave the energy system. We do acknowledge that regional communities are being impacted by this energy transition. At Transgrid, we are committed to providing real benefits to the community in which we are building this infrastructure. We want to ensure these regional areas benefit by creating tangible opportunities such as jobs and training. We will be upskilling our workforce and strengthening local economies, including providing supplier and development opportunities to local and Indigenous businesses. We are also committed to continue to work with local councils and community groups to leave long-term community benefits to these areas.
Thank you very much. We'll move straight to questions from the opposition. Mr. Westphang.
Thank you. Thank you both for appearing again at this inquiry. I want to start, obviously we heard from the regulator this morning that the HumeLink project has been, I guess, resubmitted for assessment again. Can you provide the committee some insights as to what's changed in relation to the project? Is it just costings? Is it other related matters? Can you provide some insights there, please?
Yep, happy to provide an update there. So it hasn't been resubmitted. It's part of the submission process that we do a CPA1 process, which is for funding to allow us to develop the project. And we are now at the stage of what is called CPA2, so the contingent project application for the full funding of the project. Okay. So that occurred in December to request the full funding approval.
So other than the costing, which has increased from 3.3 odd billion to around $5 billion, has any other detail changed?
There has been refinement. That is what we do in that development phase. CPA1, the intent of that is to develop the project, refine the estimates, commence that concept design, engage delivery partners to refine for that final submission. And that's why we've got a two-stage process, so that we can get the estimation improved, look at the risks of the project, continue land, environmental approval, so that we can refine the project. That has route refinement changes, understanding of the environmental impacts, the delivery partner design, and how it will be constructed.
Yep. I asked this morning who is responsible, in effect, for looking at the project, not simply from the proposal that the constructor puts forward, i.e. Transgrid, in relation to HumeLink, which would be like an overhead line, but who evaluates the other proposals, if there are any. So, for example, who is responsible for determining whether an underground solution might be feasible, suitable, more appropriate? Effectively, that seems to fall to Transgrid. Would that be fair?
I'd say following the RIT-T process, we assess options and we put forward those options to the regulator. And through that process, so through the RIT-T process, where we look at different options, different pricings, different times it takes, the option that is the most prudent and efficient is put forward, and those options are publicly available. What options are assessed through those phases, that determines through that iterative process between ourselves and the regulator, following the RIT-T process, which option is chosen.
And in relation to the costings that you use when you're looking at those options, are you just looking at the construction costs, or are you looking at the whole of life costs? And I guess the more, or so perhaps the less tangible, I'll say, matters such as the issues around social licence, community concerns, community engagement, community's opinion.
So the process follows a set of constraints that we have to apply to. So that is the construction cost, the maintenance cost over the life of the project as well is assessed, the environmental impact, which is the biodiversity impacts of the project, the land and the land compensation following the Just Terms Act, the social licence, which we're working very closely with the AER to improve that social licence funding that is available to us so that we can improve the local engagement and the community benefits that occur through that process, but it is quite strict on what you can assess it on currently.
Yep. Now, you'd be aware that proponents of undergrounding have released a number of reports. One, I'll term it the Amplitude report, has been released. Have you had a chance to review that report and assess its contents?
Yes.
Can you provide to me if you believe that report is credible, and where you believe that the report doesn't accurately indicate the costings for HumeLink to be undergrounded?
Sure. So as per our submission that we provided to provide more information around that, I won't talk to the credibility of that on the like-for-like basis of what it was assessing. I'm not talking to whether it's credible or not. Where I would like to draw the attention to is the apples comparisons of the transfer capability of the option that was assessed by Amplitude. We have a requirement with AEMO to ensure that the megawatts that we can transfer power through the option must be sufficient. When we compare that to the Amplitude report compared to our GHD report that we worked on, it is 33% less power transfer as opposed to what we would need to meet our needs and ensure that we have the adequate redundancy under electricity rules. So by having 33% less power transfer, that is a 25% smaller cable. Obviously that's reduced cost, that is a smaller trench. All those parameters factor into the price. So I'm not talking to the credibility of the report itself.
Because part of what we heard last time, I guess, Transgrid appeared before the committee is that there isn't a great amount of expertise in HVDC within your organisation. Would that be a fair assessment?
That is correct.
So how were you able to do an accurate assessment of alternate positions like the Amplitude report if you haven't got that expertise in-house?
When I talk about the expertise, it's more of the engineering and construction capability. We have quite a few people on my engineering team that are globally based, myself included, and have a lot of expertise in HVDC. I've just brought in for my system resilience role a gentleman from EarGrid. He was an executive over at EarGrid in Ireland and was involved in a lot of HVDC. So really when I'm thinking about implementing the solution, I think Australia as a whole does not have a lot of resources for the construction activity, some of the engineering, and also, when we've talked about the feasibility of HVDC at this time, just the availability of the components is a huge impact on trying to get the construction built in time.
So is it the case then that, Transgrid's already admitted that they've started the ordering process and the ordering, the design work around a lot of this stuff for overhead. Are you rejecting undergrounding because you've already, put money down and you want, this stuff's probably going to arrive slightly quicker?
No, not at all. When we've looked at the solution, we always look across the board at the beginning of the process. So while undergrounding's not in the RIT-T, undergrounding is always considered up front. So HVDC, HVAC, all the different components are looked at. It was not feasible for this. There are a lot of different constraints that occur with a project of this length, the terrain that it crosses, the number of HVDC stations required. There are a lot of things that right out of the gate make the opportunity to use HVDC not appropriate.
I note that in the response to the Amplitude report that you put forward that you indicated that, for example, thermally stable backfill was required for the whole of the transmission and that wasn't, that was, missing from that Amplitude report. Do you still believe that that's the case?
I firmly believe for a 500 kV line, thermal backfill is required. The slurry is needed. A good example of a line that's using the capacity and the redundancy is SuedLink in Germany, and they absolutely require the slurry backfill into that trench. And that trench is 50 meters wide for SuedLink, and I think that's a very comparable transmission line to what we have in HumeLink.
How many HVDC lines does Australia have, like long distance HVDC transmission lines? Do you know?
The one that I'm familiar with, and I'll take on notice if I've missed some, but I do know you have Marinus Link, which is an underground cable. And underground cable, you'll see that a lot in HVDC solutions. As a matter of fact, When I was here last time, there was discussion about the most recent HVDC line that is headed into New York City. The majority of that is in the Hudson River. So it's very common. The other one is Murray Link. Murray Link is not comparable in distance. It used to be one of the longest in the globe for HVDC, but it's a much lower voltage, and it carries much less megawatts across that line. So there's a very, very different heating factor on that conductor.
Okay. So you believe that that's the reason why they haven't used thermal backfill on those projects?
I do not know what their engineering report required, but when I look at HVDC lines that I've either been engaged with or involved with around the globe, they've always been much larger than the Murray Link, and they have had thermal backfill soil.
But I guess that's where we're delving into the realms of opinion, as in, it sounds to me as if you're progressing the view that your assessment of other projects overseas of a similar style would have that capacity thermally backfilled. But it's the technical expertise around determining what that is. That's what I guess I'm getting at, is has somebody from Transgrid with the capability and technical expertise actually delved down and looked at the proposals, done proper costings so that the government, the regulator and the community can determine the best outcome that suits everybody's needs?
When we go to companies like GHD, they have global experience and they have engineers that look at this based on good engineering practice. And so as an engineer all my life, you don't just look in your patch, you look beyond your borders of where you work and make sure that you are aligning good quality engineering practices in your decisions. And so my basis for that statement is a lot of experience and a lot of understanding of what people are doing around the globe.
I often criticise the Honourable Emily Savell for asking these sorts of questions, but I'll ask it of you just so that I'm aware. How many HVDC lines have you actually been involved in the construction of?
In the construction, none, but understanding and the engineering process. In the UK, yes, National Grid, UK Grid. I was a senior executive there. I spent a lot of time in the UK looking at their projects, and yes, they do have HVDC. So physically in the construction, no. Going out and watching the construction, yes.
And doing technical assessments? And no.
I was an executive. I was senior vice president on the executive leadership team for National Grid, and I did not do any physical engineering for National Grid.
Thank you. Unfortunately, my time's up, Chair.
Thank you. Just wanted to turn to the issue of extreme weather events, and I'm not sure if I asked this at the last inquiry that we had to Transgrid, but how does Transgrid factor in climate risk scenarios? Like, what climate risk scenarios are you using when you're coming to make decisions about infrastructure now? What are you using in terms of being able to withstand weather that we are going to be having in 2030, 2040, 2050, climate risk scenarios, in other words? What do you use for that?
So I'll go ahead and start with a global look at how we do this at Transgrid across all of our assets. And then I'm going to ask Jeremy to walk through HumeLink, because I think really that's the interest, is the 500 kV towers.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So we recently were asked to put forth our resiliency plan to IPART, and it is a very thorough look at weather patterns, very similar to what was discussed with Ausgrid, We are looking at the changing environment. We're looking at heat, flood, wind, frequency of events, and we are looking at our standards for design and making sure that those are fit for purpose. But I'll hand it to Jeremy to
Can
speak.
I just in
sure.
relation to the resilience plan, you just mentioned that you put into IPART. Is it possible at all for the committee to have a look at any of that work?
Well, they did an audit of our processes. I'll take on notice and have our asset management organization provide information on
Okay.
their resiliency
Thank you.
plan.
Thanks.
To add to Marie's point there, we apply the AS 7000 standard, which is the latest transmission line standard for our design processes, and on top of that, we have to assess it. So that's the guideline. You have to then assess what sort of conditions you're going into. So for HumeLink, we are going into alpine regions in and around the Snowy Mountains. So we have to design to allow for those climatic conditions. So we have a suite of towers that is built for alpine conditions as opposed to other conditions that you factor into the wind loading, etc. So we look at around the 20-year mark to have a fair certain of accuracy of the climate conditions. We work and take information from the CSIRO and the Bureau of Meteorology to look at those at least 20 years for a high level of accuracy, and that's showing no indication currently that we need to change or adapt from the Australian standards currently.
A lot of the people, the witnesses who are saying that overhead is better in many circumstances, do talk about the length, how long overhead transmission lasts compared to underground potentially. How long is that? So, for example, HumeLink, you're telling the community that it will be in place for, or it's supposed to last for, is it 80 years, 60 years, 50?
Underground conductor has
overhead, sorry.
Overhead is 80 and underground
Thank you.
is 45.
Just in terms of so it's 80 years. Is there a reason why you're just using 20 years?
That's the best standard we have of what the climate's going to be in as far as a level of accuracy. So that is.
So no, it's not. It's what Transgrid has. So CSIRO has modelling. The government, all government departments have got access to modelling from the CSIRO, the Bureau of Meteorology, every single international organisation. Where's the 20? So you're saying you can't access that?
No, we have that. I'm saying the accuracy that we apply is at least the next 20 years worth is data, so that's into the 2040s. But we take that same data from CSIRO and the Bureau, work with the RFS, other agencies as well to look at a full range of climate conditions. And based on our information, that is not changing the Australian standards. We must apply to the Australian standards and use ALARP, which is as low as reasonably practical, to design to ensure that we're not over-designing. We will be heavily scrutinised for over-designing above what the standards are.
When did those standards change? For example, a steel transmission tower, when did those standards last change? Have they been updated in the last few years or?
We'll take that on notice for the exact timing, but there are towers that are grandfathered in, and they are not the same standard they are now. So like the ones in VicGrid, what I heard quite a bit of conversation regarding VicGrid, those towers were grandfathered in towers. The towers we build for our 500 are going to be at a higher standard than those towers.
What was the impact of the Black Summer fires on Transgrid's network? It was pretty significant, wasn't it?
For damage to the network?
Or?
Yeah, I'll take that one.
Okay, go ahead.
So as per the Royal Commission and State Development Inquiry into those bushfires, Transgrid managed and operated its assets as per the emergency response procedures. There were 5 significant events, 3 loss of supply to Transgrid customers, 1 event affecting the access generation, and 1 result in the loss of supply and separation to Victoria. The 3 loss of supply events to customers were restored within 25 minutes. Our records indicate that in relation to the Duns Fire, which burned within the Snowy Valley government area from the 28th of December 2019 to the 15th of February 2020, Transgrid's control centre received 5 requests to de-energise our network, and these requests were actioned.
That's all. That's what That's your evidence. So why? So I have the report in front of me. That is the report from Transgrid overview of the 2019 to 20 bushfire damage to Transgrid's network as a result of the Black Summer fire. And the executive summary has 2,681 transmission line structures were within the bushfire zone, and that there was 1,822 steel lattice tower and pole structures within the burn area, 596 wood pole structures. How many of those were damaged, for example?
We can take on notice the exact number, but the steel tower structures fared well. We were able to re-energize, and actually some of the wood pole structures I do know had some fire damage. Many of it could be re-energized, and that's at the 132 level. But and they had work done post being re-energized. We took clearances and took care of those. But we can take on notice more exact figures.
Sure. I mean, it's an important line of inquiry for this committee. This report says that the unprecedented scale and intensity of the 2019-20 bushfires has had a significant impact on Transgrid's transmission network and the condition of the assets. That's your report. We're here today. I'm asking you about what the impact of those fires were, and it just seems as though the whole impact is not being conveyed to this committee in a way that this report would suggest. Were you around then at that time, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, I was in Transgrid at that time.
Yeah. So it had a significant impact on your infrastructure and your assets, on the network and the assets.
On the wood pole structures, there were some damaged poles. We'll take it on notice to the exact impacts of how many, but as I stated before, that's the impact to the customers and the outages that occurred as a result of our network at the time. I can provide the exact numbers, the wood poles that were damaged or replaced as a result. But again, that is the 132 network, not the HV 500 kV tower network.
I mean, I've got here Central New South Wales, not necessarily saying that, you know, the towers themselves are impacted, but in total there were 12 trips of 500 kV transmission lines. This is significant as these are not only part of the main backbone of Transgrid's network, also the tallest and largest structures on the network. The fact that so many trips occurred on these assets indicates the magnitude of the severity of the fires, the volume of smoke being produced, as well as trips to Transgrid's 500 kV network. There were also 129 outages caused by bushfires on the 330 kV network. That's just the Central Coast. I asked you before about the impact of Black Summer fires, and you said something about Duns Road, but it impacted a significant, impacted your network to a significant degree, didn't it? I have the report in front of me and I've read it extensively. I didn't even know about this report until after the last report was tabled, after I asked both of you, I think, about bushfire and the impact of extreme weather events. And this report was never given to us by you for an inquiry needing to examine overhead versus underground. It just seems as though you're aware of the report, though, Mr. Roberts.
I'm aware that there was an inquiry into the bushfires and a royal commission into the bushfires. The previous executive from Transgrid did appear at.
And when you look at the impact of the infrastructure, trips and outages are very common. I know that having worked in California for Pacific Gas and Electric, we face similar fire events that are here. And once again, when you look at the fire impact, being able to restore after the trips are very, a line tripping it could be an instantaneous trip, it could be a longer term outage, but you're always trying to do the restoration as quickly as possible. And, you know, to the point on Pacific Gas and Electric and some of their undergrounding efforts, I know that I did provide evidence on that. There's a request for 10,000 miles of underground of the lines. But once again, these voltages are very similar to distribution lines in neighborhoods. And just to be clear, when they underground those lines for fire protection, they only underground the primary. They only take the cable that is at 12 kV to 23 kV, put it in a trench, the poles, the equipment, everything else that is on that pole, including the pole, is still there. They are just taking distribution voltage. So when you talk about fires, you're talking about the distance to vegetation and the distance to ground. So that is why distribution is much more impacted during a fire, and they're on wood poles, and actually have the potential to start a fire because of their proximity.
So, right, so we have this report in terms of the report states significant damage to the network and to the infrastructure, and some of it would take some time to repair. What's Transgrid doing now? Because I asked about the extreme weather events to future-proof your network against a similar fire, which is inevitable, if not worse than the Black Summer fires. What lessons have you learned from the Black Summer fires in terms of doing infrastructure building differently or improving that infrastructure so it can withstand the fire better?
So a couple of points. Obviously, building more alternate pathways, which is having an integrated system, is paramount in that, so that you have alternate supply sources. So if one line does trip out, you've got alternate ways to provide that supply. And a trip doesn't necessarily mean that a blackout occurs after that. We trip and reclose very often on the network when required in all kinds of scenarios. So having more resilience means having more alternate pathways. Hence why we're trying to build out the network as we change our generation source and rely on the coal generators and move to more dispersed renewable generation. We need more alternate pathways for our lines to be connected up together in that grid across states and within New South Wales, getting to the res zone. So that's one component, having more of a resilient network, so that if there is a fire in one area, you have alternate pathways to provide that same power to those areas that need it. We also, as I stated before, follow the Australian standard requirements and continuously to review that against our bushfire plans, taking on recommendations from those inquiries that happened previously to ensure that our network is kept as reliant as possible, looking at things like the resilience program that Marie talked to previously. We are audited by IPART, and since 2017 we have been fully compliant on our bushfire management requirements for bushfire protection. Over 50% of our maintenance budget each year goes to the prevention of bushfires, so either ensuring that our vegetation stays within below the limits they require, or replacing any assets that need replacing. So a significant amount of our focus is prevention of bushfires.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to stop another Black Summer bushfire, but good work. Ms. Saval.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks to you both for appearing again today. I just wanted to take you back and clarify some of the evidence that you gave earlier, just to make sure my understanding is clear. You were talking, I think, Ms. Jordan, about, is it the Vic Grid towers? And were these the towers that were most recently impacted by weather events in Victoria?
The Victoria, and they were AusNet towers, so I'm sorry I misspoke.
Yep. No, that's fine. I suppose I'm just trying to understand, you mentioned they were grandfathered, so is it fair to say they are not built as they would be today? So they're not built to the same standards?
Correct.
And
Correct.
how is it different, I suppose?
Actually, I'll pass that to Jeremy.
So the standards that we apply, so the AS 7000 standards, specifically say for the Humlick example, they are built to at least a minimum of 165 km/h wind up to 200 km/h wind gusts, as opposed to, I'm led to believe, the wind gust that occurred in Victoria a couple of days ago was 130 km/h. So the standards we build to now are far higher, and it also depends, as Andrew Kingsmill led to previously with Energy Code, depending on the terrain, such as Queensland, you'll have cyclonic conditions that you would build to a higher standard there as well. But our standards of what we're required to for the area of Humlick, as an example, is well above what and would have prevented what had happened in Victoria, but that is part of an ageing infrastructure. So hence why building and continuing to build out the network is critical at the moment.
You know, when you do your modelling, you know, your updated modelling for the renewable energy zones transmission, presumably you factor this updated reliability into that new modelling. So you take the Victorian experience into example and control for the updated technology of the towers, and that gives you. Is it that sophisticated? Is that what we're doing, or are we kind of just
similar to our own network? Wherever there is an incident or something that happens, we have a very sophisticated asset management process that does cover and check off: is that a type fault? Do we have that same type of equipment elsewhere on the network at the same age? Do we need to do more preventative maintenance on those?
No, but what I'm saying is in the light of the Victorian experience, that would now presumably create a tangible input into the new modelling because it's happened down there, so it could happen up here.
Don't go off the scripted question.
Order.
But there's control for the updated technology.
We confirm that the inputs of that incident, would that affect ours? So yes, if it was found to affect ours, we would change our design, but we've confirmed that the design that we're designing to now already would prevent that happening.
And I would like to share that it's very common in this industry, with the magnitude of infrastructure you put in, that many transmission companies have grandfathered in assets that if there was something to happen, you build it to the new standard. And quite often you'll find in revenue requests and rate cases, as in the US, you will be asking to upgrade those. But it isn't financially, there's too much bill impact to go out and change all your towers when they change a standard. So you use opportunity and you look at age of towers and you're working through to upgrade them. So I don't want to make it sound like it's a bad practice in AusNet. It's actually common practice across all of the industry.
Thanks so much, Ms. Jordan. Given we've talked about the recent events, obviously in Victoria, what more are you doing at Transgrid to improve the resilience of the network?
Undergrounding. No, hang on, we're not.
Well, in the resilience area and looking at the towers, we do look at the maintenance practices you'd have for like coastal towers versus interior towers. They end up with higher corrosion. We look at the age of our assets, and we're always looking at that when they come up, going out and doing preventative maintenance. The average age of our towers in the coastal area is about 54 years. And on those towers, our maintenance practice includes looking for any corrosion, doing repainting of those towers, removing all the rust. So it's a common action that we're doing all the time. So we condition-based review each of those towers on inspection. So it's a regular process. So you really have to keep a good eye on your infrastructure in the field through maintenance, but you're also modeling everything that's occurring on your network. You're trying to find those reliability issues by tracking what type of insulator failed, what type of tower was having problems. So you end up with a database that's always giving you predictive analytics, so you're better at replacing your assets on time.
Do you think that overhead transmission lines are appropriate in Australia, given the increasing impact of climate change and severe weather?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And can you explain how Transgrid manages the bushfire risk that is associated with transmission lines?
Yeah, happy to. Actually, we've been acknowledged for having truly a leading program. So bushfire starts not just with the assets and how you maintain them. You started that relationship piece with the Rural Fire Service and the different agencies, and we work very closely with them. So Jeremy is very engaged in coordinating with those over the years, and he can probably speak to it better. But from a process that you go out and look prior to bushfire, you do fixed wing LiDAR, which is a plane flies over and has very detailed view of those assets, and you're looking for any anomalies. That's one of the first pieces, as well as any vegetation encroachment. And then you have your other inspections ongoing, and you have a date. We're looking to have all of our bushfire activity done before they declare bushfire season starting. And this year it started very early. So we were finished with all of our first run bushfire work by September, but that doesn't stop the maintenance activities that go on. Anytime in a high-risk bushfire area where you find an impact or a problem on your system, it's rated in a much higher priority and often fixed in a very short period of time.
Thank you. I wonder now if I can just move to talk a bit more about undergrounding and your experience around that. Obviously, overhead lines have obviously the visual impact, but could you talk about what are the environmental impacts of placing high voltage transmission lines underground?
Yes, happy to. When you look at the actual disruption that you have putting in underground transmission lines, it's significant. When you look at the amount of trench work, digging up to 2 meters and even deeper in some instances based on the slope of the land and the width of the trench and the hauling out of the soil. So when you look at a construction site in progress with that, typically in a situation like what we have, actually I submitted a picture of SuedLink in the first inquiry. And when you look at the access roads you're building all the way along the full length of the line, and you're carrying in a lot heavier equipment. The weight of the reels, I think, is about 40 tons for a 50-meter length of a reel. And then you have these big expansion joint areas where you're even digging beyond that 50 meters to do the cable connections in those bays. Now with HVDC, you only have 2 conductors for each circuit, so you'll have 4 conductors. But the amount of cement, slurry, and all of that is hauled in, you're reinforcing roads. Your access roads look different. And then there's a big impact to the soil. For the thermal soil being out there for that kind of distance. And then those conductors will typically be between 80 and 85 degrees when it's sitting in that slurry mix in the trench cables or in the trenches in the slurry mix, and that high heat is an important piece. And then the other challenge you have is that conductor is only good for 40 to 45 years. So you're going to be repulling it. So you'll be pulling it out of the conduits, pulling back in new cable, opening up those joint bays, reconnecting that cable in 40 to 45 years.
And tell me, what's the emissions profile like of this, the slurry and the backfill and all of this sort of stuff that you're then having to put into the ground?
We would look at it in different instances, but I don't know currently what it is because there's different ways of making slurry right now. I don't know how readily available it is, but I'll definitely look to see if we can find a credible source for that information.
Thank you. That'll be interesting. Can you tell us about what are the cultural heritage implications as well of undergrounding these lines?
I'll hand that to Jeremy, who's been in Australia a lot longer than I have.
I suppose the difference when we compare it to overground is the trenching nature means for that strip, for the full width, that has to be completely dug up for the whole route. So any impact that comes along, that has to be moved, or is basically destroyed from a environmental component, as opposed to your overhead where you can microsite. And we're doing a lot of that work now on Humelink as an example to avoid those high impact areas. So as some examples on Humelink, we've been able to adopt partial vegetation in some areas. We've completely avoided an area near the Mooragle substation in the Snowy Mountains where there is a high conservation value on an orchid species. We're able to do that by micrositing, moving towers, obviously not clearing any of those areas, as opposed to if that was a cable in a trench, you have to just continue going through that path. It's a lot harder to be able to change the route of a cable as opposed to a transmission line. So in comparison, it would really depend on the type of terrain and what sort of impacts you're seeing, but our ability to change that as we go through the process on overhead transmission means that we can avoid and minimise.
Thank you. Just in the time I've got left, clearly the Humelink project has caused a lot of angst amongst the community. What lessons have you learned from this project, and how can community engagement be improved?
There are a lot of lessons that we've taken on board. For starters, the community engagement started in the middle of COVID, so not an ideal environment at all to try to be starting to engage with the community. Throughout the process, we did take on external support and reporting to say how can we improve this, because it wasn't going well, and we acknowledged that. We took on all those recommendations from the Rodstow report to improve on that. All of those learnings we've tried to apply now obviously into Humelink, more face-to-face, building relationships with individual landowners, as well as rolling that forward into our next project in VNI, engaging earlier in the community on the understanding and seeking more feedback as early as possible on the route selections. That is difficult sometimes, where some landowners or some community members want answers far earlier than what we can provide them as well. So it is challenging when we do consult and talk for years. Some people get really frustrated that we are out there talking a lot and not actually doing. They want answers and they want certainty, so that can be really challenging, as opposed to others that do want to be engaged really early and want input. So it is a challenge, but we are out there trying to improve. And we do, we're part of the Energy Charter. We do try to feed into that where we can improve social licence and improve community investments. We are petitioning hard on those elements with the Energy Charter to improve that for our local communities.
Thank you. Thanks very much. That time is up for your session and for this inquiry, actually. That was the last hearing anyway. So thanks very much for appearing, and the committee will be in touch with you if there are any additional questions from members.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.